Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for tuning into session 1 of Beneath the Gold. The landing of the Landless Lords. So, if this is your first Hydra Studio session, welcome in. This is a Song of Ice and Fire campaign, so Game of Thrones, that world, the book world that it's based on, we're a little bit more based in that. This takes place approximately... math. 27 years, I believe. It's in 236 after Conquest, after Aegon's Conquest, AC. I believe it's around 3 decades. It is around 3 decades after A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, the television show that just came out with little bald baby boy. Aegon.
Just came out.
Baby boy.
6 months ago.
2 months ago.
Is it 2 months ago?
I don't think it was 6 months ago. Egg is currently king, and after the events of our last arc, Duncan the Tall, Sir Duncan, is currently the Lord Commander of his Kingsguard. You do definitely not have to watch the first season, is how we're kind of doing this. We had a season before this called The Ashes of Winter, in which you played 3-player characters. You'll be playing 4-player characters this time. We're bouncing around. We're bouncing around, more plots going on. That was during the terrible winter that started early on in Egg's reign. So less movement of things, but there would definitely be much more movement now. Who were the 3 characters you played last time? What were their ethnicities and classes with our homebrew A Song of Ice and Fire TTRPG system?
I played Corlys Corbray, who is a Valeman. They live in the Eyrie, very mountainous region. They have very good climbing abilities and are very stacked, I would say. Kind of like just to compare it to D&D, it's like a dwarf, but it's a regular guy.
I'd say so, yeah.
Nature.
Yeah.
And then I also played
Ash
is a bit quiet today.
Oh, thank you to whoever was informing us. Thank you so much.
I should be louder.
I saw the bar raise. And Corlys was a warrior, which is just the fighting man.
Warrior, yes. Watt is a Riverlander. He is 24, and he is a ranger. Last we left off, though, there might be a slight change to his, not class in general.
I'll say scope of abilities.
Scope of abilities is a good word to use. He drank of the weirwood tree, right? Weirwood.
Yeah, you fucking sniped a crow that was acting weird, and then you took some weirwood paste and put it in the crow and ate it because Watt was tweaking. And you don't know anything about that. I want to be clear. If you're a Game of Thrones fan, a Song of Ice and Fire fan, you're not aware of the scope of... You haven't got to that yet. You've read a Game of Thrones, and you've seen A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That just felt right. And unfortunately for you, it felt really right.
Can you tell me... I don't really care about spoilers on this.
It's like you found a kyber crystal and like, I'm going to put this into a lightsaber. That's what happened. You went through the...
That's crazy.
Eating of the weirwood paste is a way to either strengthen the abilities that you already have or activate those green sight warging abilities. And you just did that. You just did it. So
that's goated.
Watt is a bastard of House Smallwood. He is known as the Gilded Acorn because House Smallwood's colors are brown acorns on a yellow background. Due to Watt being a recognized bastard, he took the sigil of inverted colors, which is traditional. If Jon Snow were to be legitimized, his sigil would be a white wolf on a gray background. So let's hope that happens because it's cool. And that you're known as the Gilded Acorn because you have you also modified the sigil, one large golden acorn on the brown background. You were tweaking last season after kind of being used as a weapon by a lot of people, and you got some weird visions of a man to the north, and we ended last session, which was a year ago. It has been a single full year, with you arriving at the Night's Watch where Lord Commander Brendan Rivers found you. And then Corlys Corbray, your father fought in the Blackfire Rebellion, and he got murked. Creighton Corbray got put down. You found this out by Lord Blackwood. You just found that out while you were in his custody, and he was like, let me level with you. I killed your dad.
After I backhanded him.
Yeah, it was real messy. But I'll say things went pretty well for Corlys. He put himself in harm's danger in a lot of areas where he did not need to, but it led to him getting a lot of lifelong allies. And it led to him, he already had Lady Forlorn, his Valyrian Steel sword back, but in addition to that, he got
Corlys, you mean?
Corlys, yes. But in addition to that, he got his lands back. You are officially a lord, one of the most powerful. By history, you should be one of the most powerful. You need to regrow your strength a bit, but eventually, House Corbray will become one
In
of the most
terms of
powerful.
titles, third down.
Yes, definitely. You are one of the chief vassals to the Lord Paramount of the Vale, Jasper Aaron, and you saved the life of John Aaron early on in the campaign.
Mm-hmm. Corlys is my goat. No, it's Watt, unfortunately.
Corlys also did a lot of questionable things. The wildlings,
Yeah.
kind of summary execution.
He is clearly regretting
Yes.
and paying for.
Also,
mentally.
under the mentorship of Robar Bolton, you met a powerful Northern Lord who was like, "This'll be fine. Come on." Officially, Corlys' story last
not to
season.
divert blame, but
No, but you are a victim, as are those wildlings. Only thing that trickles down is the pain. Corlys went to the north because food shipments weren't getting collected, and we found out the wildlings had snuck below the wall and were pretending to be Northerners, and you kind of stopped that coup. But because Lord Edwyle Stark's father, William Stark, got executed by the wildlings just a decade ago, apologies, Lord Ned looked at you and he was like, I gotta level with you. Can we pretend this didn't happen? Can we pretend all these deaths were from the winter and I will be a ally of you forevermore? Instead of being like, hey, William died, and then his brother Artos died a decade later. Artos Stark died in your arms. And you were like, sure, dog. So House Smallwood, a strong ally. House Bolton, a strong ally. House Stark, a strong ally. House Blackwood, a strong ally. Some closer than others. As we can see here.
The ones from the Westerlands and the Riverlands being... We didn't go in the Westerlands. Never mind. The ones being from the Riverlands being the more important
Smallwood.
ones.
But closer, right there, House Smallwood, present at Acorn Hall. You're over here decently up in the north in the Eyrie. Where are you at? Where are you at? Heart's Home, right there. Boom. But, as I'm sure any Game of Thrones fan knows, House Stark is decently powerful, as is House Bolton. And even though they are much farther allies, they could in the future prove.
And if they're called upon, they'll go. It's just they might get there on a while.
That is something that has been established in universe. Corlys would know how Stark keeps its word. 100 years ago, they died for Rhaenyra. Peak. The Greybeards are old men who have lived through too many winters, and they will get sent south for wars because it's an honor. You don't want to tear your family down with your existence if a winter happens. So a bunch of old men go down to fight for the Black Queen, and we've come to die for the Dragon Queen is their like rallying chant, which is hard as fuck.
That goes crazy.
So that's in your mind. Sorry, we only got... And then Watt also has a Valyrian steel dagger that he makeshifted and kind of hit it called Humblethorn.
Your father... For the blood god, skulls for the skull throne kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Your father, Samuel Smallwood, is upset with you because you ran away from home because you were like, I cannot do this. You're his only living child. His 3 sons and 1 daughter from the Winters or the Blackfire Rebellions have died, and you are his heir. Currently, a pretty important house, House Smallwood, is without heir, and you don't know how he feels. You just know he was sad when you ran away and he tried to physically restrain you to stop you from going, and you kind of kicked him in the face, I think, a little bit. It's fine.
Which I think was the...
Oh, no, probably the best thing that could have happened because you were going.
I think why...
You had a knife on you and used your shoe. You'd be fine.
I think... this is a really crazy thing to say. But I think in that moment, this is something that Watt would have regretted for the rest of his life. But I think in that moment, if there was no way to leave other than killing Samwell, I think he would have. In like a fit of insanity.
Watt's arc has been rough.
He had it pretty easy in comparison.
In terms of what happened to him. But if you think about what Watt went through, Watt already has a difficult upbringing and difficult life as the sole bastard. He has this like identity placed upon him. And then he went to some place, saw some people die for the first time and killed some people. Then that happened like 2 more times. In like a day and a half, he had killed 10 people. And he made one friend, Adam. Then he led a party of his own men, small woodmen, to Harrenhal, where he tweaked out a lot, and most of his men died. And then he took his only friend, Adam, to 2 more wars where more bloodshed happened. And then Corlys took Adam and put him in a better position. He is currently captain of Corlys' household guard. So you left. You already didn't have a ton of friends. Then you lost like your only friend after. I think it makes sense for him to run away. And then also the tweaking out thing with the... I don't think he's at the worst, but I think it makes sense for Watt to get out of there.
Watt having a memory of being this completely different person pre being brought up is, yeah, I
Makes
think that's
sense for
good.
him to leave. What actions he takes beyond that, what actions he has taken in the year might not be as.
We'll
Sorry, we
see.
only got through 2 of 3. That's Watt Rivers, Bastard of House Smallwood, and Corlys Corbray, Lord of House Corbray, and then we have Tagon.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about Tagon.
Tagon is a Lysini Valyrian.
Mixed ancestry
Mixed
is the
ancestry?
D&D term. You're a half breed. I don't know what the Asagamais are more cryptic or
Half blood.
yeah.
If for the Targaryens, it would probably be half blood bastard.
What-
That kind of wordage.
Yeah.
But Valyrian Lysini, dual ancestry.
That's good. Dual instead of mixed.
He is 27. He is a schemer, which is more of like kind of like a bard, but mostly more of like a diplomat, trying to get things done in a court.
And what was a ranger? I don't know if you said that.
I did say
okay,
that, yeah.
cool. Fine.
But yeah, that covers every character that we have
And then
played.
Tagon is the bastard son of Aerion Targaryen.
Yes.
And you went and served egg. And when he found that out, he was like, and things went mostly good there. You seemingly, a lot of people died. 3 members of the Kingsguard and some members of the small council, and even an honored woman like Duncan the Tall had to resort to some seemingly treachery, some cunning. Duncan's introduction was killing one of his fellow Kingsguard brothers. And Tagon, during this snowstorm and hiding his body, and Tagon never found out that happened or why it happened. So if we were an audience, Duncan, we have no idea why he killed one of his brothers. We assume he found some evidence that they weren't good, but even then, why did it happen that way instead of calling him out, etc.?
Yeah.
The Maester Hobart died. And Roland Craycall, Willem Wild, and Roland of Duskendale all passed away during the winter. And that's the official story. They froze during the winter. That is what Duncan wrote in the book. But in fact, all of them suffered blows through various means. A lot of men wearing Baratheon garb died, attacked the capital and died. The kind of obvious theory that Tagon and Egg dreamt up was that
Gerald Lannister
was behind this scheme, and they weren't really Baratheon men. Egg and Dunk knew Lionel. No, Lionel, he would not do that. If he were to rebel, it would be upfront and obvious. So, yeah. 30 men died, and no one paid the price for it. Tagon's body's covered in scars now. He was given a mission to go infiltrate the Blackfires, the Golden Company, and report back. Death happened, and because there's no evidence, Egg could not summarily punish a Lord Paramount, Gerald Lannister. Men died, and no one got anything of it. Corlys, a lot of men died, and he got a lot out of it. Watt, I'll say a lot of men died, and we do not know if Watt has gotten what he wants out of it yet.
We don't really know what Watt wants. He's so far he has just done his father's wishes, except for one thing.
And now he's doing his wishes, and we might be at the precipice of him and Brandon's relationship flowering into a result, because Watt has served him for a decent amount of time, and we don't know if he's gotten anything out of it, but okay. And then you're playing a 4th character today that we will not get into yet.
What are you talking about? No, we aren't.
Okay. Can we open up scene 1, please? Start out with that little Lysini. No, scene. If you are unfamiliar with this, due to having a low player count, 1, we have some scenes that also give us. We saw much less of the world last season, but this we're going to see much more of the world as it's unimpeded through a terrible winter. So we'll get into that. The first true warmth in 6 years creeps through the open windows of the Red Keep. Spring has finally come. King Aegon V Targaryen stands at the window of the small council chamber, hands clasped behind his back. His crown rests upon the polished oak table instead of his brow. He has worn it enough these past 6 years. The terrible winter had taken too much from every man. Fields lay barren, and great houses buried their heads. Castles emptied their granaries until rats became feasts. Even the Red Keep had not escaped untouched. A knock sounds. Come. The door opens, and Sir Duncan the Tall steps inside. The newly fashioned white cloak of the Lord Commander rests across his broad shoulders. Duncan stands at attention. The realm won't govern itself. Egg stares out, then turns. I know that. His gaze drifts towards the long council table. Aegon rubs his temples. The small council and the Kingsguard, they need filled, and fast. The king closes his eyes. I had hoped to enjoy spring before burying myself beneath parchment again, but that was foolish, of course.
I fear spring nor winter cares for our wants.
Aegon walks slowly around the chamber. Every appointment becomes politics. Every lord thinks himself overlooked, and every man deserves every position. Every ally creates 3 enemies.
That's why you have me. I'll find your white cloaks. I've worn one long enough to know what the sort of men it needs.
Duncan rests his hand upon the pommel of his sword.
Not tournament champions, but men who stand their ground. The men who kept our villages alive these past 6 years. Men who guarded food wagons knowing no songs would ever be sung about them. Those are the knights worth cloaking.
Aegon nods slowly. You'll have to seek them. Or you'll have leave to seek them, rather. As for the council... The king looks toward the empty seats again. I suppose I'll begin enduring petitions. Duncan turns to leave. One thing more. I've spoken with our friends across the narrow sea. They've heard little. You should be confident in my safety whilst you are gone.
Very good. The realm couldn't bear another war.
Nor could anyone afford one. Every lord in Westeros is bled dry from keep to village. Any man foolish enough to raise banners now would find little besides hungry farmers and empty granaries. Perhaps peace has finally found us. Duncan opens the door.
But peace has a habit of ending the moment folk begin believing it'll last forever.
The Lord Commander departs, and alone once more, Aegon lifts his crown from the table and just ponders it for a moment. As we leave King's Landing, previous we saw it coated in snow. It was not standing in the stature that King's Landing has had in its entirety of its life. It was standing rather in a station that it had never been seen before. Winters had happened, but terrible winter, at least in recent memory, was most definite the worst that living memory people had seen. Can you please roll a 4-sided die for me?
I hope I get 4. 1. Let me guess. It is Corliss.
Well,
did I guess entirely wrong?
Oh, you did. I thought it was Corliss.
Oh.
Can you please roll me a 20-sided die and add your wisdom modifier, Kagon?
Damn it.
I thought it was Corliss. I thought I must have misremembered.
You said wisdom?
Yes, roll a 20-sided die and add your wisdom and your proficiency bonus, actually.
18.
18. Can you then roll a perception check, please?
So the same check twice. I got an 18 again.
Yes, but for different purposes.
18 on both.
18 on both? Why? We're going to use this map to go not from Westeros, but to Essos, rather. Going up through the disputed lands, then the flatlands, then up past Andalos. We're going to zoom in past the Bravosian coastlands to Bravos in the Shivering Sea. Very, very, very cool.
I'm watching the map go up. That's why I'm just staring at this.
Okay. Perfection. In the Bravosian coastlands, Tagon, asleep in the tent, is experiencing a dream.
Baelish Keep.
That don't exist.
He's already built a castle on the fingers somehow.
He left you. One of Corlos's attendants is a man only known as Baelish. It is not yet a surname, because it is canonical that the first man named Baelish in Westeros came from Bravos and served House Corbray. That's real. There's a lot of cool, unique little shit that we took and put in this. Okay.
Goated.
Let me cover up a Baelish Keep. I just made us really big. Okay. You are in fact within a tent, unconscious, as you are having a dream. Some might call it a dragon dream, something close members of your family have experienced. As you're flying over the shivering sea, you hear the batting of wings and you see the seas going below you. You are, in fact, outside of Bravos. You see your own encampment out of the city of Bravos, in the large city of Bravos as well, sitting off the sea. A lot of boats going into it, a lot of ships beginning their journeys or exiting them, beginning their odysseys. But there are also a large number of boats smashed and destroyed and burning, filling the sea like pollution. What would you like to do as you're soaring overhead it?
I think in the mindset that Tagon is in, he is going to begin scouring the boats to find who put them down.
Give me a additional perception check.
12.
A 12.
I was hoping an 18 again. I've been goated.
You do see that around the boats are people that are standing on the water, of flaming appearance. Just beings of fire with 2 legs and large hands and hooked hands, almost cutting and tearing at the boats, dragging people from them and then running away off the water with them like they're stealing them. Their feet burning off the water as they walk, steam shooting up.
Tagon would dive down at them and try and take them down.
Give me an attack roll, an agility attack roll with your proficiency bonus, please.
Natural 1.
As this dragon descends with white, previously it was white with blue inflections due to you dyeing your hair. What do you think this dragon looks like now? And you can mirror this because you'll soon tell us what Tagon looks like now in a second.
I think fully white with like a slight blue pearlescent on some of the scales. Like in the light, it glimmers blue.
You shoot down, outstretch your claws, attempting to come for them. One of these individuals is being made of fire that is getting drugged by these fiery creators. A turncoat of them, or a member lost by them. A being that's been in your dreams before, a winged dragon of black flesh and red wings, comes by and knocks that individual free, seemingly helping this enemy that was being dragged away. And as you're approaching, the dragon helps biting the fiery person by the back of their neck, lifting them up, using them as a shield as you slam down, and you fail as you feel a pain in your chest that makes Tagon shoot up awake. Give me a perception check as you're waking up in the tents of the encampment outside of Bravos.
Damn it. Perception check, that is going to be 4.
A 4. You look around a second. This is one of the worst dragon dreams or nightmares rather that you've had in the moment. It does take you a second to reiterate yourself. Tagon, we are in the morning. We are in the morning. You're waking up decently late into the morning. You've been more exhausted due to this physical work in the past year that is not something you're necessarily used to. So you have been sleeping in later. You see that Amalia is not here. Your wife is not here. Your newfound wife. And what do you think your tent looks like? A decently sized tent, as you're one of Aegor's preferable informants. What do you think your tent looks like?
I think it's most likely almost fashioned like the room they had in the Red Keep was. Um, One bed in the far right corner being Tagon and his wife's bed, and then a bed in the far left corner being Amalia's bed. And then just their stuff laid next to the beds on the ground, leaned against the tent wall.
Rugs and the like.
Yeah.
Aegor was aware of who you were before Ulrich Dane, your uncle. Your great uncle rather rescued you from Lys. He was aware you were there, so he has probably fashioned some Lysini, just nice pillows and rugs. You probably have a very nice tent. Fashionable. Yeah, you do not see Amalia or your wife, Catriona of Tyrosh. What would you like to gather up before you head out for the day?
He would grab whatever weapon is his preferred, probably a dagger of some
I would
kind.
assume yes.
Push it in the robes of his whatever, and to hide it in the flowy. I would assume he'd have like a robe, and it would be a little bit more flowy.
I think
Almost
so. A little bit more ostentatious.
Yeah.
Probably a primary of red, due to the Blackfires. Can you roll me a d6, please?
3.
So yeah, as you head out of your tent, gathering your things, what does Tagon look like in the face? He had shorter length white hair that was then dyed a year ago. What does he look like now, a year past? Knowing that living on the road is a little harder and you might have less time to shave, or you might look more ragged.
I think he looks
Bald.
very strikingly similar to Aegon's older brother.
Arian. Mm-hmm.
Aegon's older brother, I can't remember his name.
Daeron,
the
drunken.
The more mullet style hair. What the audience is supposed to then kind of come to is that Aegon pushed another Targaryen to be just like the brother that he lost.
Probably those bagged eyes that are bloodshot decently.
He's clearly like not taking care of himself because he does not feel safe in this place.
And that's perfect because you just had a dream, and I've been saying the dreams are getting worse. That is why drunken Daeron has been pushed into that, because alcohol inhibits your REM sleep. Incredible. Cool. Can you give me a perception check, as I assume you are looking for Amalia and Catriona?
Yeah.
Catriona, rather. Yeah, and you also aware, normally Egg sends ravens back, or not a maester, because there has not been there would be a new maester, but just a maester you don't know. Normally it is from Egg's hand alone. He has not responded in a decent amount of months. You assume that he cannot divulge enough attention unless you find a credible threat. So you have probably been stressed out thinking you need to find something soon, or else your position here might be compromised. And then that's just something Tagon knows. Perception check, unless you want to do something else.
First, I think I'm going to do a history check. Try and remember where they go in the mornings. Like where would be the most likely place for them to be currently.
Cool. Give me a perception check.
Or perception check or history?
History check. Sorry. Yes.
No, you're fine. Oh my god, I shouldn't have done this. 6.
There's no negative to rolling that. You know that Catriona, as Amalia, is very interested in Bravos. She is or interested in Essos. She is Essosi technically, but she lived on Lys, which was its own colony of islands, not much closer. When you arrive at a newer place and you've been here a month or two, Catriona does have a habit of showing her around to locations like the fishing ports, etc. You are allowed in the city. It's just that you are not being housed by the Sea Lord of Bravos. So maybe she has gone into the city somewhere with Amalia, your half sister. You and her share the same mother, who is just a Lysini commoner. She is not Targaryen by any nature.
Is there any kind of important meeting happen right now? Now that I remember, they're probably spending time in the town. I think Tagon would then be like, okay, there's no reason to go find them when I have work to be doing.
If you want to seek out Aegor, you can. You know, there is like a commander's tent near like the epicenter of this camp. Would you like to head there?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check as you make your way there.
10.
10.
Just going worse and worse.
You pass by. You definitely do not see many familiar Westerosi or Lysini faces. Once you came to the growing company, it was a lot of new faces. Some Westeros houses or members of houses that have sought out fame here, or Blackfire loyalists, but mostly Bravosi sellswords, Jogos Nye warriors, Dothraki. A lot of unfamiliar people, and more by the day, it seems. That being your only inclination that they might be ramping up for something, is that what they're doing here, Aegor is coming and petitioning for Bravosi sellswords and maybe members of the military. That is your only inclination that they could be preparing for something. But you don't recognize anything out of the usual as you approach the very large tent in the center, where Aegor and his top captain lieutenants would be based out of. Would you like to do anything as you approach it?
I think Tagon would kind of spit into his hands a little bit and like slick his hair back, trying to make himself look a little bit more presentable rather than bedraggled, and then just walk straight in.
Yeah, you head on in there. You kind of push it out. You do know that you're allowed to enter at any moment. It's given with the same respect that they're allowed to take anything off the table if you come in. It's not very high guard here. So you head in there. Aegor, 64 now, very old man, hands like concrete, a beard that is constantly soaked with wine and mead. Anything he can get his hands on. Not balding, but the hair he does have is like constantly wet and slicked back from sweat, and he has large temples. It is thinning a little bit on top. He is overlooking. There's only 2 men in here. He is overlooking just a map of Essos with X's and like items that are meant to blot out entire cities put over the cities you've recently gone in recent months. It looks as if he's on a check mark of cities, and Bravos is the last one, unless he's going further west or east, rather. The other man in here is Vaegor Targaryen. Oh no, Vaegor Blackfire. Vaegor is his. Do you mind pulling up that document? I cannot pull it up, and I don't know why it's being stupid. There are a decent amount of Blackfires here. Thank you so much, sir. Obviously, Daemon III, eldest son of Hagon, is the current, not king, because no rebellion is active, but that is the current, not the head of the military, but the figurehead. And then he has a son, Daemon, who would be the 4th if his father passes. He's 14. Vaegor Blackfire is 32. He's a son of Hagon. And you see him now. He has this balding, shaved head, and he has a very large beard. He's about 6'6", a very imposing man, but he speaks in a very grumbled manner. And he's there as well. His son, Meleys Blackfire, is a teenage boy with a deep love for his house and a passion to become a warrior one day. He has a very tiny, stunted head growing out of his shoulder. Meleys Blackfire. He ate his twin in the womb, and there's a tiny infant head coming off his shoulder. But that's not important right now. Hades Blackfire, 29. Hades, Hadys. First of his name. He is a son of Hagon. He's an expert on Old Valyria. And there's Alix Blackfire, who's 38, a son of Daemon I, a very learned maester to the Golden Company. And then Davon Blackfire, 37, another son of Daemon I, who's a drunkard. And then Aegor Rivers, of course, and his wife Calla, who is 40, is here. And his wife Calla, who is also his niece, they have a son named Brendan Blackfire, who is sickly and weak, and he is 26. But in here, it is just Aegor and Vaegor. Vaegor possibly being named after him. As you step in there, Aegor does, in fact, Aegor Rivers Bittersteel, as I refer to him in the future now, to not confuse anybody. Bittersteel does kind of look at you sideways and begin taking pieces off the cities, and Vaegor kind of stumbles around to the front. Very heavy chainmail on him, very imposing figures. What do you need?
Yes, I was just coming in to see if you all needed any help with anything. I find myself without much to do.
He turns to Aegor, who's just looking over the map as he begins taking the pieces off. Not much to do. Yeah. Come. Vaegor, find something to do a perimeter over the city, see if Thor needs your help with anything. And Vega goes, yes. Stops out the way. Come.
Now, before we continue
Yes.
out of character,
Yes.
when it comes to deception checks
Mhm.
while I am here, since technically everything I am saying is a deception, what are we doing with that?
That's a good question.
Because
will
I was
say-
about to be like, oh, I should roll a deception for this because that's not
I
why
thought
I'm
about
here,
that
but-
too. Intent to it comes with the intent. So if you're trying to fool somebody, I would say deception. But if you're like, yeah, I'm just here keeping the town safe or keeping the camp safe, that's technically what you're doing in this moment. You know,
Yeah.
I think it should be clear if it should be deception or persuasion.
Cool.
And you can debate me on that if you do not think it applies in a certain instance.
Cool.
Definitely.
Cool. No worries.
He goes to like a chest and flips it open and pulls out this heavy bottle and pops it and begins pouring into a goblet, his hand shaking. Sip.
Yes. Okay.
Biting down some bile. How goes it?
It's fine. I've taken well here, and I think that would be a deception check.
Okay.
I think he
I agree.
hates it.
I think the closer you get to Westeros, kind of like how Alaska and Russia are far apart in our minds, but they're very close. As we saw on the map, Bravos is pretty fucking close to Westeros. So that's probably made you have some of the worst stress you've had in recent memory.
This is what I rolled. It's a 22. That's how crazy my shit is now.
became a 22.
I
Very
had
good.
to plus 14.
Very good. Very good. You are all 4 of your characters will in fact be level 8.
Next session? That's level 7 now.
7. I was thinking of our one-shot characters.
Oh,
Watch our
yeah.
D&D one-shot on Wednesday.
Yeah.
In 2 days, that would be on the 8th. You are DMing and I am playing a
am.
character. Yeah.
He is out of forever DM hole, I guess.
About the
Curse.
whole.
Yeah, we will be playing then. It is going to be called Should Life Belong to Its Creator? That question will be answered on Wednesday at 3 p.m. CST.
It is in fact a D&D campaign. So if you're more like D&D,
Like fantasy, high fantasy kind of thing.
paladin, fighter, elf, dwarf, hobbit, halfling. Nah,
It is going to be a little scary. So if you like horror, there's going to be a lot of that.
My character's a horror. He's not. He's the most inexperienced man to exist. Yeah. So yeah, you deceived that. That's good. I feared we would be here for longer than I wanted to, and that has been the case. Petitioning to the Sea Lord has been quite an issue, but I have no need of your services. Current Damon is talking to the man he has been for a day or so. And then after that, we will collect more men and be close to our next path in life. And he begins drinking once more.
I am also more than willing to help in any battles that are to come, and I think that also.
Yep.
And then, oh my god, 29.
Fantastic.
And that's also another good reason for why I don't have to make deception checks all the time.
Well, also, he's not a very insightful man.
If it's less
so you are
than-
crit succeeding.
if the DC is 15 or less, not a reason to roll.
Yes. Yeah. I know you are no warrior. That is not why I have you here, but it is good to see that. I see the metal in your eyes. I can tell you have an affinity for combat. I can tell from your body. And you look down on the scars. You have quite a bit of deep set scars that you were very lucky to succeed at the events of last season. I suppose I do have a quest for you, though.
Yes, anything, I'm willing to help.
I have a item. And he lowers his voice at this moment and like looks at the thing. Looks at the tent entrance. Coin is a very important necessity. I sold an item to an individual within the city that perhaps I now not regret, but would like to have it back in my possession.
An item sold at such a low price might as well be theft anyway.
I would tend to agree, and I doubt the captain of a guard would make use for it. It is a blackened blade, a sword that from that alone should be easy to identify, but let me recall if there's anything unique about it. Let me Google something real quick.
No worries.
We also have a Discord. I briefly got distracted from a notification from that. So join our Discord. It should be in the description. You can keep up to date with all of our current campaigns. We have a superhero campaign called Dark Tether. This, obviously, Beneath the Gold, is a sequel season to The Ashes of Winter, which is a Song of Ice and Fire.
You can watch
One.
all of the Ashes of Winter right now on the channel. It has its own playlist and everything. Even on YouTube Music, you can find it. I saw that recently.
Because it's a playlist. It's a
Podcast.
Because it's a podcast. Yeah, that's a full 7 episodes, and this will be a full 7 episodes, 14 episodes, as part 1 and part 2 of the series. And then we also have obviously our D&D campaign, the Choral Council. I chose a name I couldn't pronounce.
Like the Coalsail Corsairs.
I'm a sick man. It is a D&D campaign, a Dungeons and Dragons. You guys are citizens of the Raft, which is a floating colony. You are pirates, and currently you're planning a prison break. So that's fun. The blade. It is wide, a typical sword, but the blade might be a little wider. And the cross guard and handle are golden in nature with a brown wrap. It's a unique blade. You should be able to, if you find it, recall it. A Westerosi, captain of the Bravosi Guard. I forget what tiny unimportant house he is from, but if you ask around Bravos for the Westerosi captain, I think you'd be able to find it quite easily.
Yes, his room will receive a much more Blackfire paint job. And he's going to stand up to begin leaving.
Very good, very good. If you succeed in this endeavor, I may have more use for you as we get closer to our next intention. Stay safe, Tagon.
Yes, and does he take offense to the name Bittersteel, or is that something?
No, it is a self. Well, I believe it was a mocking at first, but he goes by it himself later. So I do actually want to figure that out now. I believe it'd be fine, but that is interesting. Because, yeah, he's angry, he's sour, he's vengeful, which is where the name came forth. Oh, yeah, and Beneath the Gold, the second part of that chant, the slogan of the Golden Company is Beneath the Gold, the bitter steel. So, he would not have issue to the name Bitter Steel at all.
It will be done, Bittersteel.
Very good. You head out of camp. What would you like to do?
He's gonna head straight for the town.
Mm-hmm. Give me a perception check as you're approaching Bravos.
16.
16. So you look out over the free city of Bravos. You look to the ocean. The Titan of Bravos stands tall, which is a very large man. The entrance to the city through the water is spread between his 2 legs. He has a sword pointed up.
Colossus of Rhodes.
Exactly. A very wealthy city, obviously. And as you approach the gates, you are kind of on the smallest side of the city. Positioned here probably on purpose, though you don't know if that's from the Sea Lord's doing or a choice of Bittersteel. There is a small amount of Bravosi guards standing at the kind of entrance into the city, a large drawbridge, not a drawbridge, a gate rather. As I see you approaching, two men with spears and then a taller man with like a great axe are just sitting there talking and chanting and chatting in a language you don't understand. Thank you. As you just begin approaching, you do have a dagger upon you.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Tucked in between the robes. Do you think
Yes.
it is hidden in my robes, or do you?
I believe so.
Okay,
I would
cool.
think so.
And he's just gonna start trying to walk through. He's gonna pay them no mind and try and just go through.
The bigger one kind of grabs on your shoulder, puts his hand in front of your chest gently, like the flat of his hand, not his forehand. You are with the metal company.
Yes, I am. My wife and child are in there. I was going to collect them.
Do not make trouble.
Of course not. I would never.
He kind of gets behind you and pats you on the shoulder and does a signal, heads it up, to let you into the city. It seems this individual, at least, you have heard of some guards causing trouble for some of the more men that don't look like you, perhaps. Bulkier people that look like they might be causing a fight. This individual seems to be kind to you, however.
By the way, before I head in there, do you know where the head of the guard may be? I have something to report. I saw something outside the town that may be of interest to him.
We have a multiple.
The Westerosi.
The Westerosi. And he looks to another guard.
Jesus Christ, this guy's dumb.
He who they kind of chat back and forth for a second.
I don't know Westerosi. Shouldn't he have advantage because he getting help from that other guy?
That's a good point. And this is his city. That's cocked. And he's chatting back and forth with the guy very quickly in Bravosi, and he turns back. None of our city watch captain Westeros, but the first sword of the Sea Lord, his captain Westeros.
Yes, him. Do you know where I may be able to speak with him?
This time of day early, he probably not at his station yet. Perhaps a Pellow House. Which you know, because that's what Lise was famous for.
Yeah.
Whorehouses, pleasure houses. Yes, that Pellow House is the term, SOC term for one of those. You
And
grew up
then
in one of those.
He is going to look up at him, and I'm going to make an insight check. Is that piece of information, specifically which one he would be going to, does that seem like something he is kind of shying away from? Like it's like a pillow house.
Give me a insight check. Yeah.
Unnatural 20.
He said it in a lower tone with kind of a smile on his face, so it's probably not a gigantic deal. It's Essos is a lot more free sexually, so it's probably not a deal of he's banging whores. It's more a deal of he should be doing his job right now, but it's not that big a deal since Bravos at this moment in time seems very safe. It's early in the morning. He probably wouldn't repeat it in front of leadership of the country, or the city, but it's not a giant deal. He said it very casual and kind of laughed about it. He just said it low.
Probably mostly to make friends with the guard here, just because having somebody on the front guard gate is important in general. He is going to kind of reach into his money pouch and flip out a gold dragon and say to him, if you can tell me which one specifically he's in, I can give you that.
He kind of looks to the other guy. They chat really quickly for a moment. And he turns back. I need one for my friend here as well.
He takes it out of his pocket, only for his name.
Yes. So you give a second one to that other guy?
Yep.
Yeah, you give it to him and he passes it to the other guy who comes and says, and you would recognize this, of course, Uller. And he turns back. I call him Uller.
And
the place.
It's just the chief pleasure house. It is actually built off of the Sea Lord's palace, at the biggest city or the biggest building in Bravos. It should be built off of it, a much smaller building.
Yes, thank you very much, gentlemen. You are both scholars.
Scholar.
What is scholar?
Another one comes up and kind of paws out their gold, and he gets bitch slapped by the big one. As you walk off, you hear, oh, gold, and he puts it in his thing. And you're able to go into the city. Where are you headed?
I am heading straight for that pillow house. If it's easy to go through the market as I'm heading through there, that is where I would assume the most things to see are. So that's probably where they are as well.
Give me an investigation check. It is easy to just go that way.
To also while I'm heading to
yes,
cool.
Correct. Yes.
You said investigation?
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a 16.
A 16.
And just so you know, a schemer doesn't necessarily have to be specifically charisma focused. They can be intelligence focused, and their whole bit is like reading scrolls and like knowing information. My schemer is just very charismatic.
Hell yeah. So, in fact, yeah, 16. As you're going through the market and you're looking at different like pots of rice and liquids bubbling, and people of different ethnicities talking, some humans that look very unique, like those shorter Jogasnai who have like the pointed skulls and they're very shorter. Some very unique people. You see some paler skinned people that you kind of just intrinsically or instinctively duck away from, but you do eventually find Catriona. Is that her name? What the fuck? Yeah, Catriona of Tyrosh. What do you think Catriona looks like? Tyroshis normally have medium to darker colored skin and just that dyed pink blue hair. Those are those people. Multiple Tyroshis have become wives of Blackfires or Targaryens in their life.
I think
Taegon knows a Tyroshi, Kira, who looked for all the Targaryen kids when he was there. The twice widowed Valars, who died, and then Daeron, who died.
Yeah. I think she would have a much darker blue hair, almost purple in tone. Probably whenever it gets wet, it almost looks purple. And she would be very, very akin to how I can't remember her name right now. I don't know why. Catherine Tully, Ned Stark's wife. Is it Catherine Tully?
Catelyn Tully.
Catelyn. Oh my god, that's
I was
why.
Like, I was like, that's it. No, it was Catelyn Tully. Yes.
That's why I was okay. Described very similarly in the face as Catelyn Tully. Very sharp cheekbones. Almost looks like they aren't eating enough in the face, but that's just their facial structure.
A gaunt face.
Gaunt, yes. But otherwise, pretty average body type. Just pretty average person.
Yeah.
But very striking in the face.
Yes. Very beautiful woman. That was in fact what the not the point, but Aegor did in fact introduce you to her, as well as a handful of other Tyroshi women. About 10 of them were kind of brought to the camp and made arrangements for. Or rather, nothing was forced, or rather, those women met with different guards, and some of them liked some of them didn't. You end up finding Catriona, who's a very perceptive and wise woman, I would say, is the most attractive thing about her. She like reads people very well, which two different parts of your brain immediately went, that's attractive, but also that's useful in the situation you're in. How much do you think Catriona knows about Taegon's doings here?
The way that it works in my brain is that Taegon has told her nothing, but because he does not trust anyone in this space. But I do think Amalia tells her everything.
All right. So at the very least, do you think Taegon has an impression of that?
That's what I was going to talk to you about. I think either way, it's fine.
I think you're under the impression that she knows less than she does, and you don't want her to help with anything. But sometimes she might be like, oh, when she's cooking, offhandedly mention, oh yeah, I saw Aegor and Vagor talking about this, and you're like,
Yeah.
and she's like,
She's just handing over information
yeah,
without
and then she
making
sits
it clear.
down, finishes doing her things for the night. You guys go to bed, etc. So yeah, you see Catriona with Amalia. She's like holding up different necklaces, and Amalia's looking between them. And at first, it kind of just, as you feel fine, it kind of just looks like maybe Amalia is helping Catriona pick out, but then she holds them up to Amalia, and you can tell Catriona, using her coin that she gets through like beating people at games, etc., is buying Amalia a gift. And they're sitting just in a marketplace as a very old woman is like offering up jewels.
I am going to walk up and point at the thing she's buying, and I will say to the woman, I saw that stolen on aisle or this, and name a certain part of the city.
Yeah. Catriona looks at you and kind of fights off a smirk and goes, "What?"
How much are you selling that for?
And your old woman goes, oh, no, I don't, nothing stolen from anywhere. No, misinformed.
Ma'am, I don't think you should purchase that from her. At least not at the price she is selling
Is
it
that
for.
true? Give me a deception check with advantage through Catriona helping you, as Amalia's just kind of hiding her face as it turns red, as red as it can get due to her dark complexion.
Deception check. That is going to be that's 30.
With advantage, or do you need?
Oh,
you don't need advantage at all. I want to see how high. 31.
31.
Okay, take it half off. Only half of what it says. And she drops Catriona kind of drops some light copper pieces and takes it. Thank you very much for being an honorable businesswoman. And the three of you kind of move away as she puts it on Amalia, who's like, how's it look? It's a tiny pale silver with like a emerald gem in the middle of it. Very tiny, but very unassuming, but very pretty, and the light hits it. How's it look? And Catriona's like, I think it looks very beautiful. How do you feel?
Yes, it's very pretty, Amalia.
Yeah. She kind of puts her, Catriona puts her hand on your shoulder and kisses you on the cheek. Do you have business in the city?
Yes, I am going to go have words with a friend.
Okay. She like rubs Amalia's shoulders. Well, stay safe. I'll be making lunch probably by the time you get back. So just keep an eye out for that.
Yes.
She hugs you around the waist again and like kisses your cheek. Stay safe.
I will, and don't buy any more stolen goods.
Yeah. And she walks Amalia off. Amalia hugs you briefly too around the waist before going. And then you head out looking for Uller.
That's such a good opening for Tagon.
I agree. Now Corliss. As we switch very, very far to a man who may be living in a less happy domestic situation. I don't think we're
I don't know about less happy is correct, actually.
yeah, I thought that was a good description. Can I please get a perception check as Corliss wakes up in the morning?
Oh my god, sorry. I know you heard that too. That was awful.
As we are in Heart's home, through a mountain pass from the Eyrie.
10.
Corliss wakes up in the morning. Corliss is extremely stressed as of late, so probably head pounding. Maybe hands shaking a little bit. You look around, your wife, Lyanna Royce, is not here, but you do hear some tandem baby crying from your twins, which seem to be being tended to in another room as you wake up and rub your temples. You don't know that Baelish told you yesterday that he had some information to talk to you this morning, but he said you should gain some deep into the day rest and eat before you discussed it. But Corliss, as you wake up, you are Lord of Heart's home, so you're obviously clear to do whatever you want. Corliss Clansbane from dealing with the Stone Crows, and Corliss the Steeled Raven are two monikers you obtained last year. And you look at your scars, your muscles are sore, you definitely feel the weight of those burdens.
Do you think over the year coming from 18 to 19, especially with the more plentiful food that there would be, do you think I have grown in height? He was
I do think
6'3" previously.
I do think you're an inch taller, and probably for how big he is, Corliss is a hungry man. Probably gained not enough in weight to like get any fat on you. Unfortunately, that's a sad thing. But your arms are probably decently bigger too, and hairier because of that. I'll say, do you think you're growing a thin little patchwork beard?
Probably. It's. I think it probably is almost just mutton chops currently, and that's the only part you can get to grow really thick.
And your shorter length hair, has it been left at this length? Have you let it grow a year, or do you think you got to cut it shorter as you're not in a cold area anymore?
I think a lot shorter. Probably cut off near the ears, almost military style, like nothing touching the ears, and then just a pretty standard like forward top.
Probably was, whenever it happened, a very medieval militaristic cut where it's choppy and awful.
Yeah.
Only length on the top and like coming down. Cool.
He probably did it himself.
Yeah. A lot more unrecognizable than Tagon.
With Lady Forlook.
Drunken. Oh, I'm about to get out of it. What does Corliss do as he wakes up? He's in a lord's quarters now. He had just found a random bedroom the single night we saw him here last season. He is now in a lord's quarters, so a very wide bed, probably some armor and weapons on like mannequins in the room. What do you think his room in Heart's home looks like, and what does Corliss do as he wakes up?
I think Corliss would walk over to the two cribs and begin rocking them, trying to get the children to quiet while looking on the walls of each different house that he had met while he was traveling. He has the sigil of House Stark on the wall with the sigil of House Bolton. And then the sigil of House Blackfire as well. Probably much smaller, like they're just smaller little motifs. Blackwood, sorry. Not Blackfire, my bad.
More clarification.
Very, very important. Very important. Sorry, Blackwood.
You're in like a militaristic home. Al Qaeda's flag is yeah. Kind of almost, I think, reminders to Corliss of who he has at this disposal. Smallwood, Blackwood, Stark, and Bolton banners up. Yeah, and as you get dressed and make your way to the area with the babies, the women kind of two women, handmaidens, kind of shrink away. One of them, you have about, similar to how you have about 4 or 5 knights in service to you, Lady Lyanna has about 4 or 5 handmaidens or ladies in waiting to her. Of course. You recognize one of them. She kind of bows and goes, apologies, my lord. The babies were just having a fuss, and Lyanna, Lady Lyanna, stayed up with them a bit of the night. We told her she did not have to. Of course, we would take care of it, but she wanted to. But then in the morning, she just wanted some peace and quiet. I believe she's in the Godswood.
It's no worries. I will go find her if you'll watch them.
Of course, yeah. Gwyn and Gwaine are growing up.
Damn it, I was gonna do that.
Sorry, would you like me?
While after he says that, he walks over in between the two cribs, and he leans down over Gwaine, kisses him on the forehead, and says, "Stay strong for me, Gwaine," and go over to Gwyn and kiss her on the forehead and say, and what would be, because I think I kind of want to be misogynistic with him, because he would
you don't want to say anything about like purity because it's a baby, but
because he also would
stay beautiful.
That's what I
that's the issue though, is how limited it is. Purity and beauty. But like women are supposed to have charitable hearts, so stay kind or something to that. Stay hopeful, something to that.
I think it would be really good if Gwaine
in this world, women are
was constantly like crying, and Gwyn was constantly more laughing at that sound. And stay cheerful, Gwyn.
That's cute.
I think that's a lot better. But.
And they kind of bow at you as you take off. You can veto this if you would like, but one of the women goes up and begins to grab them, and the other one goes, "What are you doing?" And she goes, "We have to switch them." He thought we have to switch them. Do you think you got the kids mixed up? Which isn't even a bad thing to do. They're twins, but
And they're both
it adds a layer.
bald-headed babies.
Yeah, they're twins that are 3 months old. But I think it's a fun look to maybe people are scared of Corliss, not because he's done anything, but because he could do something.
He's just intimidating as
He's
an
intimidating
option, as a variable.
He's intimidating as that. And you're serving a lord, but if you're serving a lord and the castle has 30 people in it, even more scary. Less witnesses might be the way to put it. But yeah, even though they're both weeping, they kind of, these two women move the babies.
It probably hasn't even been a full year that they've been under the employ of Corliss.
Probably not.
It's probably been like 4 months.
They might have been brought here for the babies specifically, to help out with Lana as she got
a month or 2.
Yes. Fun. Yeah. You make your way down the halls. Are you looking for anything specific? Your staff, like they said, Leanna Royce, your wife, is in fact in the Godswood. But your Castellan, Baelish, should be here. You have something to speak with him, or he has something to tell you, rather. And your captain of the guard, Adam of 7, should be somewhere around here with his guardsmen, John, Eddard, Godric, and Alec. You currently have no steward, maester, or master at arms. You got Baelish the Castellan and Adam of 7 the guard and his guards. And then obviously your wife in the Godswood. What would you like to do?
I think he would first go and speak with Adam.
Yeah. You find the captain of the guard, Adam of 7. His armor a lot nicer now holding actual steel plate with helmet and slam visor, not old iron that's been scratched, and his colors reflecting the white and black and red of your house. Probably for Faith of the 7. Would you allow him?
Yes.
Colorations, yes. So Faith of the 7, all white with the only black on it being some like scripture of the. He looks really unique. His white cloth has just little writings of the Faith of the 7 on it.
Specifically, if you are ever going to ask me a question of if Adam can do something, I think, and this is a good thing, he's a villain. No. And this is a character flaw for Corliss, is that I think Corliss lets him do whatever he wants, whether it be like in respect to Corliss. He does not make him perform.
Yeah.
Because he's a lord at all.
Yeah.
He's allowed to do whatever he wants.
He was also like, Baelish is a friend in that way, but he's old as fuck. He's mid-50s. He knew your father.
Yeah.
Adam is kind of your only peer and friend, so giving him free reign makes sense in that way. And that's not, unfortunately, that's in the relationship Adam wants. Adam wants to serve. So there is a bit of incorrectness in that dynamic as you both have different perceptions. But yeah, you find him. He's talking to Eddard. You hear him muttering something about how they might have visitors soon, and Eddard just needs to make sure all the men are doubling patrols, making sure people are getting up in the night, etc. And then he kind of beckons Eddard off and turns to you. My lord, how may I help you?
Yes, I was I have just woken up. I'm supposed to speak with Baelish soon. I was just thinking on our missing employee.
Yes.
I don't know how possible this may be. However, I wish to, if we have the funds, and you aren't the one to speak to about this, it would probably be more Baelish, but more just thinking on the idea. Would it be possible to do a tourney at Heart's Home? It'd be good for the birth of my children. It'd be.
We may have to. I agree. Which obviously you don't need.
And we could invite Watt, of course.
Yes.
It'd be good to see him.
Yes. Baelish would be the one, but I don't know if we have the gold, but he would probably say the same thing. We might need to just reach out to Jasper, who Jasper's father was a fan of tourneys. He won one in my youth, I recall, or a bit before I was born, I believe. I think that's a good idea. I'll talk to. Are you going to see Baelish now, or?
I will most likely head that way after this. I think I'll go see Leanna first.
Of course, I'll mention the idea to Baelish to get him thinking on it.
Yes, and yes, I will head that way to her.
He walks off, the captain of your guard, and you make your way to the Godswood. I assume.
Yes.
Give me a perception check.
7.
7. The Godswood is somewhere foreign to you. It is the area of your new home, Hearthome, that you have probably explored least. And it's easy to get turned around in the woods here. But you do walk a decent way in, look around at some like crows are peering at you from corners. Some animals that have been a Baelish actually expedition to hunt early on to capture animals to fill here. One of the last times you left, maybe. I'd have been seeing Baelish wrestle with an elk with a lasso around its neck. But there is like a rabbit runs by. You do get a sense of calm about you, wondering how much your father and his fathers and those before you spent time here. But you cannot find Lyanna.
Leanna, you know how I don't like this place. Just like yelling out into the void.
You hear some wrestling, and after a moment, coming out of behind a tree. Yeah, and she's coming over. She's kind of walking sheepishly. A woman a year younger than you, so 18 now. Mother to twins. She takes off, like, you see she has a bow that she takes off her shoulder and is kind of holding behind her. Not hiding, because you probably wouldn't be very mad, but just holding it to the side. Sorry, I was just trying to hunt early in the morning. Get some stress out.
You're okay. That anger wasn't towards you, just the place.
Yeah.
I just I was told that you were here, and I thought I'd come find you, make sure that you're all right. I heard you stayed up with the twins.
Yeah. She comes over, like, sets it down and takes her quiver off, sets it down, just trying to spend time with them. I want to be able to be the one to feed them or change them or raise them. It's just, I suppose that's the purpose of the ladies in waiting. Yeah, I'll probably nap after this. Get some rest after this.
As you should. A mother deserves her rest. I am going to go speak with Baelish about this, but I thought you should know. I plan to ask for a tourney to be held here in Hearthome.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good for our children to earn a name before they've actually earned it.
Yes, that is quite a good idea. I like that idea quite a bit.
And I will have a few games that you would be allowed to participate in. Archery will be held.
That's exciting.
I just thought you would like to hear that.
Thank you. And she comes over in an inversion of the gentle kiss, calm kiss between Tagon and Catronia. She kind of awkwardly, and that kiss was on the cheek. This one, she kind of awkwardly leans in and just kisses you gentle on the lips, and then pats you on the shoulder. I think I'll hunt for a few longer, but after that,
yes. You do whatever you would like. I will go find Baelish. And he kind of like meekly almost walks out of the Godswood.
kind of like with your tail between your legs, kind of as she returns to her space that she's confident in, and you return to yours.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a little bit of a break here because my dog is tweaking. He might need to go out. So we're gonna go for a 10-minute break. We will be right back to see you talk to Baelish. And we are back. If you are watching this, let us know how you felt about last night's House of the Dragon episode. Season 3, episode 3.
I wouldn't watch it.
How dare you?
I need to watch House of the Dragon in general. It's just I keep asking my girlfriend to watch it with me, and she keeps saying no. So it's her fault. Blame her.
It'd be easier to catch up with than Game of Thrones because it's 10, then 8, then the 21 episodes for 3 seasons versus Game of Thrones is
a billion,
80, less than 80, more manageable.
You just like shit with a lot of episodes.
Hell yeah! I like to have a lot of what I like. Even then, it's not that long. Game of Thrones episodes are 10 seasons, except for the Game of Thrones seasons are 10 episodes. 10 episodes from season 1 to 6, so 60, and then 7 episodes, then 6 episodes, and then Now the Seven Kingdoms, 6 episodes. House of the Dragon, 10, 8.
Good job.
Okay. But we were with Corliss, who was going to Baelish. Would you like to go to Baelish, or would you like to do something else?
Going to Baelish.
Go to Baelish. 500 going to Baelish. Like it's Mr. Harvey. Okay.
500 on the board for Baelish.
On about. Sit on it. Make an investigation check for your own keep. I don't fucking know. Advantage.
Oh my god. That's going to be a 4. Don't ask him to think.
Oh my god. You could have 40 choices and you chose 4. You picked it. You make your way through the keep. You do get a little turned around, but you're able to find 40? It to Baelish 1 to 20 and then 1 to 20. Man, I don't know. Oh. Or like, I don't know. Not math, and that's not real math anyway.
It's okay. I believe in you.
You make your way to Baelish's quarters and kind of knock on it as you enter, and he kind of pokes his head up. Oh yeah, Corliss, yes. He has replaced much of his normal steel plate and sword with more linen cloaks now, and he has gone to writing much more as he has fulfilled that Castellan role. I just wanted to talk a little bit about just the issues. I wouldn't say issues, just obviously we are missing several of your court positions.
Yes, I had an idea when it came to that. We could host a tourney for the birth of my new heirs.
Yes, heirs. Absolutely. We
heir,
may.
I guess it would be. But
what did Corliss say? House of the Dragon. You can name a one your heir. You can do that.
Yeah, you can.
You'll get 3-4 seasons out of it. What would Corliss have said in that moment?
he would have followed the cultural
then Gwen
standard.
Is definitely not an option for heir.
Now that my heir is here and his sister along with him, I believe a tourney would be a good idea. We could recruit from it as well.
Yes. Would that be the prize, or would it be a dragon prize as well?
I believe for the total winner of the thing, it was what was the military position?
Captain of the Guard is the position that is filled by Adam, but there can be more members, or you can replace Adam. See how he feels about it.
What are the 3 things that aren't filled in my
Maester, which you have to he'll get that in a second. Maester has to be filled traditionally. You send a letter to the Citadel and get a Maester. It can be filled by a non-Maester as well, though. And then Steward, who's a coin expert, and
Spy Master.
No, because you don't really have one of those, but you can definitely get one. Master at Arms, which can be a captain of the guard and that can be more. You have a steward in Baelish. He is just also Castellan. And you have a master at arms in Adam. He is just also captain of the guard. A more learned lord may have more different people for those positions.
Then the winner of the entire tourney will be the master at arms.
Yes.
Which is the winner of the whole tourney is whoever wins the most individual games, correct?
It is that, or just one thing's important. So if you hold a joust, the winner of the joust gets 1 billion dragons and whatever, and then everybody else. Dragons are coin, by the way, not 1 billion dragons. But usually it's either who gets the most points or the joust is important. But you probably won't have a joust.
Why wouldn't I have a joust?
Good money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because people bring their own horses. You probably don't have a jousting ground set up, but you have favors you can call on. We'll formulate that plan. And we do so positions.
And the winner of the tourney as a whole, not just one specific, but as many as they can win, will be the new Master at Arms, and we can use the rest of the event to look for the other two
Yes.
roles.
Um,
We'll probably send a letter to the Citadel, but if we find a better maester here, that'd be more suited to our needs.
I would say that if we were to offer a coin word, we might have to seek out Jasper, but we'll get less men, but perhaps truer men, if we offer Master at Arms or Captain of the Guard positions or Household Guard positions. Maybe men you'll have to sift through, mercenaries or sellswords of impure intentions, but warriors, and that is what we are lacking in. Or we could reach out or see what gold we can muster. We can muster some. It just might seem like an insult, I fear. But if these are starving men, they'll take anything.
I wish this to put in a good word for Gwain's name as well. I wish for in the next 10 years as he grows to be the boy who had that great tourney.
Of course.
I will have to contact Jasper.
Definitely. I can send a raven by tonight if you would like.
Yes, we'll do that. And if it's possible to send a message to the Starks as well.
Yes.
Let them know that the tourney is going on. Their attendance would be the best thing I could hope to get from them.
I would do that immediately. I'll write to Lord Ned immediately.
Ned. And then also letters to Smallwood and Blackwood as well.
Yes. Is that all?
I believe so. He's going to do a history check to see if he can remember anyone else that he might want to invite. And just for posterity's sake, send one to the Red Keep as well.
Of course.
And then a history check for anyone he'd forget.
Mm-hmm.
And then the history check, he got a 3. Oh, wait, no. This is a history check, so +1, 6.
3 + 1, 6. Plus your proficiency.
Oh, yeah. Well, no. I got a 5 on the dice. I minused it by 2 because I have a -2 to my
intelligence. You added 3 to it.
So it's a 6.
Fuck. He sees you blank and he goes, I can also reach out to House Tyrell, House Lannister, House Targaryen too. The larger household guards and militaries of those groups, oftentimes soldiers will take leave of absence to attend in a larger tourneys, which it's a good thing that we are getting monetary boostage then. Yes.
It is time for the Corbrays to take the standing that they're supposed to have.
Yes. I will send to Tyrell, Lannister, and Targaryen as well. Possibly even House Ashford. I know they held a tourney not so long ago. Yes.
And yes, you also said that you had something you wished to speak to me about.
Just these topics as well, but with some more intention. I have no issue serving as steward, but I know there are more that might serve better in that stead. A cornwright, perhaps. My son, Martin. And you know he has not spoken of his family much. Once winter started and you were a boy, I sent him away to keep him safe.
Yes, but he can have that position.
He is fitting for it. I would not suggest him otherwise, as I'm sure you're.
I trust you with my life, and so I trust you with my kingdom. Not my kingdom, my
keep.
My keep.
House, the realm, lands. Good.
And so I trust you with my coin.
Martin he might have to learn into it, but he is a better mind for it than. And more importantly, similar to my position as Adams, you can trust him. He is no cunning, ambitious boy, and he is my blood, of course. So you can trust him.
He will be treated as family as you are.
Thank you. I will send word to his mother now.
And she is also more than welcome to stay here if that is what she wishes. I do not intend to keep you away from your family.
Thank you. Thank you. Me and her are not one, I would say, anymore.
Then not as your family, but as the mother of my new steward. Send her bidding that she is allowed to come here.
I will do that. And then
I like the idea a lot that Corliss is very like he either trusts somebody completely or he doesn't trust him at
very
all.
19-year-old of him.
Yeah.
Very.
He thinks he's making good decisions. Oh, these are my allies, but this random guy could be fucking evil.
Well, Baelish is a very good judge of character, but obviously someone's
That's his son.
son could be overlooked. Makar loved Arian, Robert loved Joffrey, etc. Not that Martin is going to be that. He is a very unimportant character. I named him Martin. I think it's fun because Martin with a Y, Peter, very similar vibe with those names. And then also not required at all, of course, but as your children go older, a septon or a septa, a woman or man of the faith. I've thought about Adam in that position, but they're much more learned than him. It depends on how you want to raise your children. If you want to raise them with much influence with the faith of the seven, having Adam and a septon would be great. On another hand, maybe Adam deserves time out of a suit of armor, but he would have to possibly take travel to the Citadel or King's Landing for the churches they have there. He is not very learned in the subject.
If I were to leave Adam to take care of children while I went and fought battles, he would wring my neck in my sleep.
Well,
we will find a septon or a septa for them. They will have everything that they can have.
Septa is less so, of course, for obvious reasons, but traveling septons are common. We might meet one at the tourney. That would fill the position quite good. And we will vet them good, of course. And that is it for these positions. I do have to say, though, I planned to send, now that Winter's End has came, to your vassals. It's not uncustomary for after a war ends or a winter ends or something of that nature that you ask them to reiterate their loyalty to you. Some of them you haven't even met. They've just left. The Landless Lords left the Eyrie after the winter ended and returned home, and you only know them through paper. Stefan Coldwater, Vardis, Lenderly, Owen Moore, and Osric Largent. I planned your four heads of your four vassals. I planned to send a letter to them, but now that a tourney is happening, perhaps modifying that letter and making it mandatory for attendance could be better suited for that.
Yes, tell them that opportunity is being presented, and if they wish to capitalize on it, they should send someone of their family that it would be good at one of the positions that we have open.
Yes, one of the lords, I forget which, is quite elderly, so a son or a brother would be customary in that instance. Additionally, filling up your household guard might be more pertinent, but Soren Swords, members of the guard, but they focus on protecting a member of the family. So you or a Castellan steward or your wife or your children focus on just protecting those individuals. If you find someone especially skilled as a warrior, that might prove useful for that position. And I have sent a letter to the Citadel. They have not responded. I doubt it's intentional. They simply, most like, are in a state of disarray following the winter. We can continue waiting for a maester, or I can send out word and same as a traveling septon, see if we can find a traveling healer. And if we end up getting a maester after the Citadel finally responds, we have two healers. I don't doubt neither of them would have a say in if we have more than one healer.
As long as coin and ration allow, that's more than fine.
Very well. Yes, I believe that is it. Thank you for taking the time. I know you've had a busy schedule.
It's more than fine. I know this is information I should probably already know, but I would prefer to keep him busy. Do you know of anything that might need doing?
I do not believe so. It has been quite quiet. And then there's a knocking on the door. And Baelish goes,
Seems like it's here.
quite
He's gonna
he begins
stand up
gathering his things. You hear him grab at a sword. These are his quarters, but if you'd like to just open the door.
I think he would. I think he'd just
Yeah.
go up to the door.
There's a knight there, Eddard. Oh,
Hello?
my lord. A man is at the gates. Sir Hugh. I apologize. And all of these men are commoners. John Eddard, Ezric. Osric. Fuck, I think I deleted it. It's okay. I sent them to you, so I'll get them from there.
Yeah.
At a later date. Sit on it. I just saw it come back up. John Eddard, Godric, and Alec. All of these are commoner men that Adam has found. So, as he's about to say, he does not know the house he's from because he said it, but he forgot it. So that is the obvious error with having men of lower standing. But they obviously provide better insights, maybe, on a person. Sir Hugh, I forget the house. It was something starting with an H. I apologize.
Hightower?
Yes, that may have been it. Yes, and
I'm gonna roll insight. Is he certain?
You do an insight check, and then Baylor should do a history check.
9.
He seems sure of himself, but he may just be trying to fill it. But as you turn, and Baelish goes, Harding? And he goes, I don't think it was Harding. And he goes, that's the only one within vicinity I can think of, but I don't know why a Hightower would be here. They're down from the Reach. We'll see.
The reason I said Hightower is it's just one of the high names, and he would be expecting high names to be showing up to him.
That is what Eddard believes.
Let's go see him then. Baelish, if you'd come with me.
Of course. Yeah, he doesn't have that steel plate on anymore, but he does in fact have that cloak with some chainmail under it that hides it, and he grabs a blade. And you guys approach the front gate. As the gate opens, and there's a man sitting there, 6'1", not too tall. Adam is flanking him with Osric.
6'1", not too tall.
Not too tall for a tall man compared to others, but compared to you, no. You would not think of him as a tall man. And Adam kind of brings him over by the arm, and Hugh's looking at him, and he releases him as he drops to his knees. My lord, I am Hugh, Sir Hugh of House Hightower, son of Abelard Hightower. I beg a private audience with you.
Yes, you're more than welcome to come in. How far have you traveled?
Quite far. And he has curly ginger hair and like a thin, dark brown beard, a little bit of wariness in his eyes, probably 30, this man is. Adam kind of taps his blade, as he kneels, his sword rests on the ground from the hilt, and Adam taps it with his foot. What's that you got there? And Hugh undoes his sword and think. You recognize it through the sheen of your blade is Valyrian steel.
Where did you come across something like that?
It's the ancestral sword of my house. And Adam kind of grabs it. I don't know if it needs to be on your person and in attendance with his grace. And he calls you his grace, even though that is a kingly emanation.
He is fine to keep his weaponry. Hightower is a very well-known house. I am sure he would not want to disgrace his house in such a way.
Of course. And he lets go of it, and Hugh slams the blade back down and begins retying it in his belt.
Before I allow you in, do you have some kind of insignia with you, something to prove your station?
Yes. And you see that he does have a dark black brown leather with some green cloth and gloves on it. And he grabs what would he have on him outside of just
the blade itself?
The blade most likely would have, but ice and like bright roar, it's not said. Hightower. I'm going to look up House Hightower aesthetic.
Probably just like a ring or something.
Usually those have, a ring's a good idea. Yeah. He holds up a ring with a little drawing of it of one line, gray line, and then 3 green lines in a pyramid formation. And make a history check when you see that. As he grabs that, kind of puts it off and raises it.
That is going to be a 3.
Baelish kind of looks at you and then comes up. The watchtower of House Hightower, the Hightower,
Yes, certainly.
shines green when their enemies are bound. It
Yes.
appears to be.
As I knew, yes.
To my understanding, yes.
He's
Baelish averts his eyes.
repeatedly, like talking over him. Yeah, I know. Yes. Come in.
And you lead him to a room to discuss.
You need sup?
I would appreciate that, yes.
Yes. Bring him something.
Adam nods and takes off, and you guys head off. What can we return to? And then can Watt please make this would be like 40 minutes into a TV episode. Can Watt please make a dream check? Same to Tagon, add your wisdom and proficiency modifier.
Good thing I just upped his wisdom modifier by a good amount. That is going to be a 19.
A 19. Watt, you are soaring through the air in a dream that is decently familiar. You've had it quite a bit before. You fly around.
It would probably look the exact same until a single like feather
Yes.
drops down into view.
And we hear much quicker. Instead of the heavy of a dragon, a crow rather, or a raven, or an acorn.
A flying squirrel. Stupid as hell.
God. You fly. As you're approaching, you realize that you're leaving the Riverlands and approaching the north rather quickly. Can I get a acrobatics check as you dodge arrows that are being loosed from the wall to try to shoot you down as you are attempting to pass over the wall, going into the far north, the land of always winter?
That is going to be a 13.
You are able to dodge. One does slice up your stomach, causing you to leak that thick, black, viscous liquid that Watt drank a year ago as you begin falling and going deeper and deeper into the land of always winter. Where are you going specifically?
I'm going to the wall.
And as you pass by it, just straight forward with the fleeting energy from your body as fast and as far forward as you can go.
Yeah.
Give me another acrobatics check to accomplish that.
That is going to be a 23.
Yeah, despite your aviary chest leaking this liquid, you're able to soar faster and drop some black and red on the snow, melting it as you go past the wall and deeper into the land of always winter. You slam into a tree holding onto it as you are about to pass out, and you look around at other crows that are amassing and staring at you with glowing green eyes and red eyes, judging you almost. You feel like you're failing them. And then they kind of beckon you to go onwards deeper in, and you focus to continue moving. Give me another acrobatics check, please.
That is going to be 28.
A 28. You continue shooting on as you get deeper and deeper, and you eventually shoot out, and you're overlooking a small town north of the wall. It's on the ocean, and it's a port city. And similar to how we saw Tagon seeing men of flame run on water, you look down, and men made of ice are crawling through the water. The sound of breaking ice existing as it's forcing out from them. And you're overlooking it, and they begin crawling in and eating the people there. Just people getting torn apart, attacked. Bodies of ice begin coming in from the north as well. Through the front gates and busting them down, and this town gets ripped apart. You're just watching it happen. What would you like to do?
Watt is going to swoop down and try and get closer to these people, trying to find where they may have come from, why they are here, that kind of thing.
Give me an investigation check, give me a acrobatics check and then a perception check.
19 on the acrobatics. And then perception is a 14.
You're able to dodge low and get closer, and you look to this city as it's being destroyed, ripped apart, bled apart. These people look like wildlings. You haven't seen much wildlings in your time, but you've seen some in the time being executed or grappled in your time at the wall. Never as a member of the Night's Watch, because you are not a member of the Night's Watch, but in your time that you've spent in visitation there. These are wildlings that are being torn apart and murdered. And you do see that coming in behind those ice individuals are people wearing the black leathers of the Night's Watch. Wielding, looking like figures of black shadow coming out. You're looking at these figures of ice and these figures of black shadow, unable to tell if anybody here provides you with a sense of morality as they begin clashing. And one of these ice figures slowly turns, looking up at you, staring. As and you drip some blood on his face that immediately hardens into ice.
Watt would then begin trying to fly back to the wall.
Give me an acrobatics check.
That is going to be 17.
17. You begin flying, but your blood is making it difficult to get away. And as you turn back to look once more, he has grown an icy spear and he throws it at you. And that's when Watt wakes up. Where do you think Watt is resting in the Night's Watch? Do you think it's face down in a puddle in an alley? Do you think it's on top of a roof? Do you think it's hidden? Are you in Brendan's quarters? Where would Watt be comfortable staying after just getting back from his most recent assassination mission?
Probably at the highest point of the wall, looking out. Probably in one of those towers that the watchmen usually sit, but just farther down to where they usually don't walk.
You shoot your hand up, like kind of look around. You're freezing as usual. And you're looking, there doesn't seem to be anyone stationed at this tower. You look out past the wall at that thick, heavy tree line that's a couple hundred feet out, and you don't see any movement at first obvious. What would you like to do as you wake up?
Watt very quickly gets his things together and begins heading down to the wall to find Brendan.
As you gather like your bag and your arrows, you look in a small pool of water that somehow hasn't froze, and your eyes do have a crimson sheen to them that you kind of blink and ignore, and you continue moving. You make your way to the elevator, which I believe means you have to wait for someone to elevator you down. So you just wait for 10 minutes. They do it every now and then. It gets brought down. You make a perception check as you're looking out at Castle Black as this is all happening.
17.
17. It looks like early morning, not much going on. Relatively calm. Unimportant. No one is in attendance coming. The guards look low. Very calm and restful. You land, and the old man waves to you as you're the only one to get off, and he kind of sits back in his position. A lot more warm here. Warm might not be the right word. A lot less cold here than it was up here, and from a year ago. It's warmed up significantly during Watt's year here. And you make your way to Lord Commander Brendan Rivers, a position he rose to at some point following Jack Musgood's mysterious suicide attempt, or successful suicide attempt. Stabbed himself with an arrow in the heart. You find Brendan's chambers, and you just kind of at first go up to the outside of the door. What would you like to do?
He knocks onto it 3 times.
Enter.
Those 4. Watt opens the door and walks in.
He's writing away at a table.
I was just reporting back after my night. I saw some things again. I saw some creatures of ice slaughtering wildlings above the wall. There was a very large town there, and it seems like Night's Watchmen came in and fought the creatures of ice. However, it did not seem to be for the wildlings' benefit.
It would have to be a different Lord Commander than I to sacrifice Castle Black men to protect the wildlings. I have no mission for you.
Yes. Anything.
Another man for slaughter. A runaway. He has arrived in the Vale. Sir Hugh Hightower. He needs killed.
He is dead.
Fantastic. Ginger. Flame touched hair. A knight, traveling knight. He has a weapon in his possession. I wish to be brought back to me.
The second that Brendan says, I need something done, or anything of that effect, Watt's eyes kind of dart wider open, and he almost seems entranced by what Brendan is saying.
Give me a wisdom check. I need him dead. I need it done discreetly, and I need his blade back within
6.
my grasp.
Yes, it will be done.
You may be tested on this mission, as you have been. Not recently. This will be the most famed man you have slaughtered, and he is within a familiar hold to you.
His name will never be spoken again.
Very good. Depart.
He just instantly stands up from the chair, not saying a word, and almost in a soldier's march, exits the room.
You exit. How would you like to depart Castle Black?
Probably finding some way to scale down the wall. He probably has a horse hidden in the trees somewhere.
Give me an acrobatics check with advantage as you exit Brendan's room and then immediately climb onto the rooftop and then jump onto the wall past that with advantage.
Acrobatics, you said?
Yes.
So 23. And then that is going to be a 24.
Yeah, you're able to easily slide down the wall, jump, land on a branch, get down, find a horse that's like hidden behind some shrubbery. You probably collected this horse after the execution of someone recently. What's this horse's new name you have bestowed upon it?
I do not have the same horse.
It could be the same horse. Yeah, right. You did steal a horse, right? From House Smallwood Land, or rather took it. It can be the same one then. Yeah.
Cool. I can't remember what I named it. I
don't know if you did give it a name.
I thought because it was the same horse that I had ridden from. It wasn't. It was the same horse I rode from. Maybe it was Harrenhal.
Maybe. Damn. That'd be cool if that. So this is your one friend.
Probably with a brand of House Went on its hind. If that's the house that still owns Harrenhal.
It should be, yes.
Probably, I don't know, probably crossed out in some way. Just like a line, like branded
Gently
through.
Yeah.
And I almost want to name him Was, because Watt, and then Went was.
You depart. Can I get an investigation check as you begin to attempt to overhear where Hugh Hightower could be?
You said the Vale specifically.
Yes. So as you approach, so you are heading in that direction at first. You do note to move that manner, unless you do you think you'd go anywhere specifically first?
I do think with the knowledge that Watt knows somebody in that area, and not having spoken to anyone other than probably Brendan and maybe a few Night's Watchmen in so long, I do think he would go to Adam for information.
I do think that makes sense. So great, you're just heading without even knowing Hugh's location. You're heading to Heartsholme,
and probably on the way there, trying to have some visions about where Hugh may be.
So you depart to that area. Then can we switch to your fourth character? And may he make a perception check.
That's going to be a 0.
Very good. Very good. Very good. There you go. You are also waking up, but after an exhaustive night of wrestling local bravoses to earn some coin, with leave by bitter steel, of course, you are waking up later into the day. Describe your character as he wakes up, very disorientated, head pounding, goes to a barrel, drinks some water from it quickly. Describe your character, what he looks like, his build, his race, his class, etc.
You see a man who, um, very at first, it seems almost strikingly similar to how we saw Corliss begin to wake up. Um, Muscles very full. However, it is very clear that whoever this is has eaten a lot better throughout their life than Corliss had. Muscle groups are filled. He looks almost like a modern muscle builder rather than someone who um, is struggling at this time. He is a bit darker skinned, almost olive in tone, a bit Greek. Um, he is a Dothraki. It's very clear to tell that from the way his hair looks. Even he has his hair styled in the traditional Dothraki single braid going down his back, and it probably would go down. Let's a history check.
Yeah, and you don't know
When
as much about Dothraki culture, so yeah, history check to see what this character would do to
to the
resemble
hair.
that. I like that. Yeah, history check, please. That's fun. I like that.
Because I think he would that that would probably be one of the few things that he would remember from the
Yes.
time. History check. That is going to be a 15.
A 15. You do remember, and you did when you were growing up, that, yeah, 15, that's enough. You gain a loop in your hair for every victory, and you only cut your hair upon a loss. Or rather, the person that defeats you is meant to cut your hair and then kill you. But depending on the specific culture, if you get a rare Dothraki that has some affection for you, they'll at the least cut your hair. So, how long do you think his hair is, and how many braids do you think it is, knowing that info? Do you think he's ever lost a fight and he's had to restart, etc.? It is rare that Khal Drogo has never lost a fight. That is rare
Yeah.
and surprising. So,
I think he's probably recently restarted a streak. He probably has about 4 loops in his hair.
Mm.
It probably goes down about the base of the neck.
Mm-hmm. Only a year or two of growth, compared to his around 3 decades of appearance. Yeah. Someone enters the tent. Tor. What is your character's name?
His name is Toronos Eosfari.
Toronos Eosfari. Tor, and you look, Aegor is poking his head in. When you are done waking up, I need talk with you in my tent.
Yes. He says, looking kind of not even at him, just at the ground. He didn't even move his eyes as Aegor opened the door.
He kind of spits on the ground a little bit, not in like a hateful way, just almost a little bit disrespectful way, and then takes his leave, letting the shadows return as he closes your tent.
Toronos stands up and begins probably taking from the water that he just drank, begins pushing it into his hair, clearly trying to clean himself a little bit, rubbing it in his face. He also takes his foot and rubs the dirt over where he spit in his room, kind of covering it up, making his room seem like it's clean again.
Yeah.
And he very meticulously puts his whatever bed sheet he would have, make sure that it's pushed out correctly. He then very the opposite of what he was doing previously, picks up his 2 axes and slots them into whatever holsters he would have, whatever sheaths he would have for them.
A little like half twirl before that's push the banner out the way and light hits your eyes. It's clearly been a couple hours since light has rose. People are kind of working, fighting. You hear the sounds of lovemaking, the sounds of fighting. As you poke your head around, where would you like to go? You have all the information that Tagon has, of course. You're both of you are members of the Golden Company at this time. Outside Bravos, been here for a month or so, trying to get warriors, etc.
What did Aegor say again? That
He just needed to speak with you in his tent.
I think Tor would first head to go get some food. I think he's a bit hungry. So he very not quickly heads that way, but not like purposely being slow, just taking his time.
You go to a pot-bellied man who's very bald and very short. I've never had a dwarf yet, so a dwarf in here.
There are
Who's
dwarves?
like Tyrion.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tyrion is not the only. He's really the only dwarf in the entire show, besides
Yeah.
someone who plays him in a play. But there are quite a bit more dwarves. I think you've already met a couple of dwarves.
Are they more common than they are in real life?
Yes, they are. In fact, they also do not suffer the same. The same way we have. Like the mountain can be the mountain without dying from snapped bones because somehow there's enough food in the world. So, Game of Thrones is pretty fantastical with body shapes. They do not suffer. Tyrion does acrobatics in the first book.
Yeah.
It'd be very difficult for a real life little person to be an acrobatic. Dude, same reason the mountain should die immediately. 8'5" or whatever. Fuck. So yeah. Very big boiling cauldron with just mysterious liquid in it that he sees you approaching, gets a bigger bowl. How you doing, Todd? Fills it up with 2 ladles full. You're one of the better fighters of the group, so you get given a decent amount of rationing.
He takes it very silently and places it. He wouldn't place it. He would hold it.
And he begins getting you a slice of bread as well.
Could fire? He wants to put it up over fire.
Yes. Yes. He goes to the fire under it and just kind of gets some tongs and holds it, begins browning it. What do you have planned for today, Tor?
Aegor. The first time he sounded angry today.
Eventually gets it back and kind of goes to release it above your bowl, if that's okay, or you can take it. It would not burn you, but it would burn him.
He's probably already holding it out after the mention of what he has to do today.
Yeah.
He is kind of like looking away.
Releases it. It drops in the liquid a little bit. Let me know if you need anything else.
Yes. And he begins walking away towards Aegor's tent, holding his food and eating it while he's walking.
You eventually make it there, and Aegor is watching you. I'll say it took a little bit of time, so he sees you coming in. Vaegor was supposed to be here for this. No matter. Come, sit. Tie the tent closed behind you. And you know that is not a common matter at all.
He turns around and almost deftly ties this knot very quickly. He's clearly done this a lot before. Not the tying of the tent specifically, but tying knots in general.
Yes. Come sit.
Yes.
Are you enjoying breaking fast?
Yes.
I have reason to suspect that we have a traitor in this encampment.
How?
And that is of no matter. I also have reason to suspect that they might be the one of dragon blood.
So?
I need...
Not so as in, so
yes.
like, what are we doing?
Yes. I need you to investigate this matter. Ask around. Look at the Blackfires or any Targaryen blood. Simply investigate some.
Tor is in this moment going to make probably a small history check. Just quickly flipping through his mind. Is there anyone that comes to mind that he does not like, that he would think is would be this traitor? And if you need me to work a history check on that, I can.
Give me a history check, yes.
It's gonna be low. 9.
You know, some are more ambitious than other. The Daemon the Fourth, the 14-year-old Daemon's the third's son, is quite an ambitious young boy who's always making plans that he may reach out to another faction. Vaegor is a very brutish individual who... This is a personal thing for Tor. He and Aegor and Tor are 3 big dudes, And oftentimes Tor will get lumped in with the two of them, or at least he perceives this as saying he's as intelligent as the two of them, as to say, not that much. So that probably brings some anger for you for Vagor. Tagon is the newest individual in camp, and the farthest away in blood. That could be an option. Alex the Maester, Alex the Maester is quite cunning as well. So the faces you don't like, the newer faces and the wiser faces would be the four or so that come to your mind.
I will ask.
I need your results by tomorrow. And we cannot let any word escape of what we might be planning soon.
He stands up and begins walking towards the...
Leave the bowl.
He drops the bowl, unties the knot, and before leaving goes, Bittersteel, and walks out.
And then Bittersteel gets his elderly body up and walks over, takes the bowl,
and then
begins eating it.
This is not what we had initially planned. But do you think Tor's lack of speech is a developmental issue?
I like that.
I think maybe not developmental, because we're definitely going to want him to have larger conversations later on.
It could be,
but just
a social issue, though.
Coping mechanism.
That, yeah.
Chosen silence is better.
I don't think he likes anyone he has to talk to in his life right now.
That might be the simplest answer.
Yeah. That's funny.
But maybe started off that way, and he just figured out that it is also a benefit.
Where does your investigation begin?
I think he would. I think just having gotten food and now also wanting to go get more food since he didn't get to finish his stuff. I think his instant thought would be, oh, well, if somebody's a spy of some kind, they must be getting their food from someone else. I will go ask him who has eaten food today.
Mm. So yeah, you go up to that man again, the dwarf. How can I help you, Tor?
Who has come here today?
Quite a many people. It'd be
who
to
has
say
not?
Who hasn't. Yes. I keep a little bit of a record just to make sure that, and he brings up a paper just to make sure no one's getting twice. Vagor got 3 rations worth this morning. Bensley has not. Maka has not. Tagon and his family has not. I know they like to eat in the city. Most everybody has, though. With the recent rains and people have been rather cold, most people have gotten their rations upon the city.
And then he is going to make
from me.
He is going to make a history check to try and remember out of that list who would be the easiest to go check.
Mm-hmm.
And if
make a history check.
11.
From what he just said, Tagon and his family do in fact head into the city quite often, leaving their tent open for quite some time. Tagon seems to be given quite a bit of freedom, on par with other members of House Blackfire, like Vagor or Alex or any of the Daemons, too, or Brendan. Yeah.
Tor would grab this clipboard out of his hand and point at Tagon's name and say, oh, where does he stay?
I mean, he gets off his little stool and has to waddle in front of you, and he points around a tent, and he points to a tent that is decently near the center. You live on the outskirts, along with the other best non-Targaryen warriors as an outer line of defense. He has a tent near the epicenter. That tent right there with the blue inflections.
He is going to hand him back the clipboard and more. Pointing at the food.
Rations have been getting more difficult
No.
as of... give me an intimidation check with advantage.
10
12.
Right away. He walks over, fills a bowl up to the brim, this time spilling a little bit on his hand and burning himself. Right here.
And he takes it and begins heading straight towards Tagon's tent.
As you head that way, can we open up scene 2 of this motherfucking series?
And if you are still watching to this point, could you please put in the comments what your favorite background is, or just the one you choose the most often?
I like that. Casterly Rock is warm again. For 6 years, even the halls of the rock felt cold. Not from any lack of fires, the Lannisters had gold enough to burn forests if they wished, but the long shadow of the terrible winter itself. Now spring sunlight pours through the western windows. Lord Gerald Lannister sits beneath a carved lion of gold-veined stone, a silver goblet in one hand and a flagon of arbor red within easy reach. Around him sit his sons, Tion, his heir, 20-1 and already carrying himself like a lord, Tytos, 16, softer featured but still handsome, and little Jason, only 7, occupying himself by pushing carved wooden knights across the table and making noises of battle. Gerald drains his cup. The king is taking too long. Tion smirks.
You assume he'll ask.
Assume? Gerald holds out his goblet. A servant approaches and he fills it immediately. I know he will. The realm needs coin. The crown needs coin. And Aegon has never been particularly good at finding coin. He thinks gratitude and coin are these endless resources. Tell me, boys, who paid for half the support that placed him upon that throne?
The Westerlands.
Wrong. Tytos, the younger lad, focuses up.
You.
Correct, Tytos. And who persuaded half the realm that a fourth son with impossible ideas would make a better king than his rivals? The many that stand before him.
You, father.
Exactly. His smile widens. Jason looks up from his wooden knights. Did you make him king? The question draws chuckles from the older brothers. I helped. The boy seems impressed and returns to his game, immediately making one wooden knight proclaim himself king.
Aegon is stubborn. He may choose another for Master of Coin.
He may. For a moment, only the crackle of the fire exists. But he won't find a better Master of Coin, nor a richer one. Tytos nods.
The king has many concerns. The council is half empty. The Kingsguard, too.
Tion steps forward now.
Then all the more reason.
Gerald rises and wanders toward the window overlooking the sunset sea. The realm is exhausted and bleeding. The Reaches counting dead peasants from up-jumped outlaws. The Riverlands are counting burned villages from the same. The North is counting survivors from the seed of this extinct winter, and the Crown is counting coppers. The king will need gold, a great deal of gold, and when he looks for it, he will find the lion waiting. Tion studies his father carefully.
And if he doesn't?
Gerald takes a slow drink before answering. If he doesn't, then he is a fool. Kings can afford many things. They cannot afford to ignore loyalty forever. Tytos stares at his father.
You would oppose him?
Gerald turns now, laughing. No, nothing so obvious or foolish. But if one king does not value service, another might. The realm is full of ambitious men.
There are no other kings.
Today, my boy, today there is one king. He of Dragonblood who sits that iron throne, but it would take both my hands worth of fingers to count how many rebellions and uprisings have persisted in my short lifetime. The last one killed Aegon's father. Perhaps it would do him well to remember that. Coming back away far from the Westerlands, we return to Corlys, sitting at a table with you before him. So, I come here to offer my service. My house has been through much lately, and I sought an opportunity to escape. No one is searching for me, though. I want to enter servitude to a new lord. Simple.
And you could not find one that was closer?
The High Towers made decent amounts of enemies during recent decades. I did not want closer.
Well, as you know, it would be extremely remiss of me to deny an opportunity like this. However, I find it difficult to believe all of this, unless you want to have him roll a persuasion or deception roll or anything.
That's fine.
A man of your stature, of your blood, you understand.
Make a history check.
Natural 20.
So something hits you strong. During the first Blackfire Rebellion, which would have been in 189 or so around 4 decades ago, your father died in the second one. So even before that, during the time of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, only one rebellion had existed, the Black Dragon's War. High Towers, that's 100 years ago, the High Towers got their first dose of unpopularity. The High Towers have always been close to the Iron Throne, but the events of House of the Dragon, the Dance of the Dragons, were between the Blacks and the Greens. Hightower Green. Viserys named Rhaenyra, a woman, his heir, and then he remarried and had a son, a green son, because he married a Hightower, and that's what started the Civil War. So your mind goes to that, a reason for why they could be unpopular. Then you fast forward 50 years past that to 40 years ago, when during the first Blackfire Rebellion, they kept foots in both camps, even till the last, when the war seemed to be all but won. The Hightowers never declared. The Hightowers never declared for the Black Dragon or the Red, Dayrod II or Daemon the First. More recently, following, I don't know why it's not here on the wiki, but I know it existed. One moment. The plague that killed the spring sickness, the gray plague, is an event. What am I fucking doing?
You're all good.
I thought I was conflating two things, but no, there is a weird gap in this. The Great Spring Sickness took place from 209 to 210. It took only a year. Similar to the winter, a lot of kings had to make difficult decisions to keep the sickness from spreading. The Vale closed off its entire borders, which is why the Vale did not suffer. The cities that were affected the worst in the Seven Kingdoms were the cities that were most populated, of course. So Lannisport, but also Old Town, which is the seat of House Hightower. 4 in 10 men succumbed to it in Old Town. 40% of the citizens died, and that was one of the worst plagues in recent memory. It also obviously took out both of Baelor Breakspear's
landed on a 20 again.
Baelor Breakspear's sons, Valar and Mataris, which obviously led to his younger brother Aerys, and then Rhaegal, and then Maekar. During the sickness, Abelard Hightower, his father, which would be Hugh's grandfather, did not handle it well, letting it spread and not worrying about it because he did not think it would affect him, and eventually it killed him. Then Hugh's father, Abelard, became king, and I cannot find it, but I know it existed, so I'll say it. During the winter, Abelard Hightower did not take care of his peasants, and they found him and tore him apart. I don't know why I can't find it on House Hightower's page. I fear I am blind. I'll say you're not 20. What the fuck? It occurred. I'm not making this up.
Sure, buddy.
No.
It's more fucked up shit Zachary's writing. Jesus.
No, I
Not that
don't
it
know.
wasn't deserved.
I don't know why I cannot find it. It's awful too because it's just an unnamed Lord Hightower. There was just an Abelar Hightower during this event, so I made that the Lord. So I can't find it, but I did not. So that's true. Let me go to Old Town.
You've got this.
I don't know what the fuck the issue is. I thought I'd be able to find it quickly because I had just found it the other day. Nope. Plagues during the Great Spring Sickness. Correct. Okay. So that Quentin Hightower, who was Abelard Hightower's father, and grandfather to Hugh Hightower, during the plague, a later plague actually, a Grey Plague, the second plague in between the plague and the winter of Grayscale, to prevent its spread, ordered the gates barred and the ships in the harbor burned and anyone trying to leave killed. So House Hightower has already been the center of controversy for many reasons, but specifically recently, very controversial. The day he rescinded the orders after the plague had burnt itself out, Quentin and his young son were pulled from their horses and had their throats slit by the survivors, which you assume would have been Hugh's older brother and his father. And you already know his grandfather, Abelard, died from the first plague. So 2 plagues in the terrible winter has led to much of Hugh's family dying. And he claimed... So you recall all that. Huh.
I didn't.
Was he looking over my shoulder?
No, your shirt's inside out.
Quite interesting. I have not changed it today, so it's been inside out all day. How the fuck did I know?
I was trying to like point it out to you without like making a thing of it, but
Let me just. I don't matter. So, House Hightower historically been the center of controversy. In the past decades, been the center of controversy. Hugh's granddaddy, daddy, and older brother dead or killed. So Hugh says, I saw an opportunity to sit another man on the seat of House Hightower. My younger lad was not remiss from the opportunity. He and my younger brother wanted to do it. He thought he could rule well, and I think he could as well. He has wise men advising him. I am not a man like that. I am a warrior. So I set out, and I did not want to serve anyone that would care about the histories of my house due to the histories of theirs.
I have no mind of that. However, leaving a man in charge of a lordship and leaving him without his sword does not seem like the mindset of a master at arms.
I asked Ormond.
This is really good questioning, you have to admit.
No, it's very good. I asked Ormond his opinion on the matter. He wants me to positively affect how the small folk see him, us, and he thought this would be the way to do it. So if I do, I come to you as a simple man with a sword. I could be a member of your household guard, I could be a sworn sword, I could be a master of arms, or I could be a member of your newest event or tourney, and I could return back after that. I simply wish the opportunity to prove myself and be given a position where I could, if it available, change how people see me. Us.
I hold much respect for what you are trying to do. I myself have done something similar as of late. You may know the Corbray name has been tarnished.
Yes.
I believe we could both save how our houses are seen. I would be more than happy to bring you along. However, if it seems as though I am naming based on names, my small folk may not see as much in me as I want. Perform well at the tourney I am going to hold, and what you want will be yours.
Absolutely. I'm a decent jouster, but I'm better in the melee. I envy the position.
You are welcome to stay in my keep until that happens. It'll probably be a couple of months. We'll find work for you in the meantime.
I'll enjoy that.
And he's going to stand up and hold out his hand.
Yes. Thank you, my lord.
It's no problem. Can I have someone show him to his room, and have Adam bring the food that I asked for there?
One of the gentlemen in the corner nods, John, and goes, "Certainly, I'll find any room open."
Any of them?
Good. And I'll get food after that. And he takes Hugh off. What would you like to do?
Baelish was here with us, and it was Edard. And okay, yeah, and Edard was probably the guy that just took him.
John just took him. Edard is here. You can send Edard away. Baelish
No.
spoke quiet in the corner.
Edard, fetch me any. Ask the librarian to give you any books regarding the high towers in general.
Right away.
Thank you.
He nods and exits.
And
Baelish comes closer. Luckily, I don't think the tourney will take a couple months. I plan to ride to collect that coin. I think with some strategy, it should be 2 weeks. Which you know is a surprisingly quick time for a tourney turnaround. I want to pull some strings and get it done as quickly as possible.
I would be more than grateful for that.
Yes. You need a...
Drooling.
I want to joust.
Hugh. How old was he?
30.
Okay.
30 and unmarried, to your knowledge.
Okay.
Quite unique for a 30-year-old heir to a house. Do you plan to involve yourself in the events here?
You mean with Hugh and his journey, or you mean
in participation in the tourney?
Yes. Yes, of course. That yeah. I would like to attend. However, I feel as though someone who would serve me as my main commander should be better than me at strategy. I would. Are games of chess common at tourneys? Because they were in medieval times.
Chivas. Yes.
I would like to be part of a Chivas tournament.
We can arrange that, definitely. And if you were to ask me, I would recommend you do involve yourself in the joust or the melee, you are no slouch at either. Not only would it'd be good for several reasons. You can test the mettle of these men yourself. You can make them more focused, a larger name, or draw people to come see the young Lord Corbray, how he contends himself. And it's not a large span of time where a lord can fight an attorney that he throws. You take a couple more blows in a couple years, that may not be a possibility. So
then I definitely will.
Very well.
And it's something I lapsed on before, but send word to any of my father's ex-compatriots.
Of course. And I fought alongside some of them. I should be able to provide a look into that.
Even though they may have fought on the losing side. There is no reason friendship cannot be found from a loss such as that.
I agree, and I don't think if they were forgiven by His grace, even though it was 5 His graces ago or so, they were forgiven and they exist as a lord. Finding an ally of them shouldn't be bad for how people view you, I would think.
Yes, I think, unless there's anything else, I will go find my children.
Certainly. And he exits the room, and you're left alone in there.
He would stand up and go and find Gwen and Gwen.
Yeah, you're able to return to that area. There's some ladies in waiting sitting next to them just to make sure nothing happens, but they are fast asleep.
Have they been good for you both?
Yes, they have both been quite delightful.
I'm gonna roll an insight on that.
Deception.
That is going to be a 6.
She got a 5 -2. So they probably were a little bit of a handful, but not too bad.
If they are ever too much trouble, you're more than welcome to find me or Lyanna.
Thank you, my lord. No trouble at all.
Yes, I would like a moment with them.
Of course. And she kind of beckons up the younger girl who she's been training, and they bow and take leave.
And then he would probably just spend some time with his children, rocking them. Probably just talking to the air.
Yeah. Cut to Tagon. Give me an investigation check as you approach the large building at the center of Bravos, looking for that weapon. The pleasure house off of the capital.
Perception check.
You will always be perceiving. We perceive all the damn time in this bitch.
2, 3.
2, 3. 3. Outside of seeing the large building and seeing which building off of it is the pleasure house, you're not sure where to start. But you do know you're outside of it.
I go to the pleasure house.
And you remember that the man you're looking for is named Uller. You head in right in the front.
ULLR? That's how to spell it in Norse.
Yes.
Cool.
No, ER.
Ah,
Though
damn it.
on Google, they do believe he is inspired.
Makes sense. Uller is a Norse god. I can't remember what he specifically is because he's a very minor fucking loser guy.
Which is why
Not a
this is a
loser. He's
minor
actually
house.
really cool.
Snow and skiing and archery.
Kind of cool.
So, son of Sif and stepson of Thor. So, who's his daddy? A mortal?
Maybe.
Uller father.
It's very interesting that they attributed
Never named. So, maybe a mortal.
Loki.
Maybe. Odin sleeping with his son's
What it
girl.
probably was is that it was named. It was just in a song that we don't have.
Yeah, most definitely.
Anyway,
You head on in there. The woman behind the counter kind of approaches. She looks Lysini. How may I help you?
yes, I am.
Or actually, she'd speak in Valyrian first to you, but you do not know any Valyrian. So she'd then repeat, how may I help you?
Yes, I am looking for Uller. He is needed.
Give me a deception check.
Oh my god. I just used Corliss's perception for that. Perception.
I
check.
was like 3.
That makes a lot of sense. Because I started looking at my deception and I was like, there's no way I have a +0.
You had a 30 earlier. 0. 3
Plus
-3.
14.
0.
That is going to be 32.
Yes. Yeah, of course. I'll get the captain now.
I will find him. Do you know which room?
Yes, he is the third door on the right. And she just like or the third room on the right. And she politely points in there.
And then once again, he's just throwing around money right now. He is going to just, as he's walking past, slide a gold dragon onto the table.
Thank you very, very much. And
then
as
walk
you
that way.
see, all of these rooms are open, so it would be easy to creep on past and poke your head in. Just tents or beads rather instead of doors, and there's naked people around. It's a bathhouse, so people in the floor in a watery bath, just people talking naked. Some very large men talking to very petite women.
I am Tagon very unceremoniously takes off his shirt. He's
in the corner.
bare-chested.
Scarred.
And then he leaves on his pants and makes sure the dagger is properly hidden in those pants. And then he's going to walk into that room.
Like Wonder Woman. You head your way in there. Can I get a perception check as you walk in and you begin looking around?
That is going to be a 16.
You look to the corner of the room as you poke your head in. Two men have their backs to you as they're talking around the fire. They do both appear to be pale-skinned. One man says to the other, Lord Peak, I do appreciate your time here and the discussion we are having. It is quite eye-opening. And the other man, Lord Peak, evidently goes, I agree, Lord Uller. I think this is quite a beneficial evening. And they both nod to each other, and he goes, well, I'll be seeing you. And that Lord Peak begins rising.
I'm going to very quickly duck out of the way of the door and try and hide next to the room.
Give me a stealth check.
So +9. That is going to be 17.
17. As you slide behind, Lord Uller goes, stay safe, Mace. Best find somewhere safe within the city. And Mace Peak nods and goes, as to you, Lord Uller. And Mace leaves, and Uller turns his back, and you hear him drinking heavy from a goblet as the steam kind of emanates.
I am going to kind of slip into the room and try and stay hidden as I walk in.
You can just do that, continuing using your stealth check. Don't sniff the outlet, dog. Yes.
And then I am going to make another perception check. Is the sword anywhere in this room?
Give me a perception check.
That is going to be a 17 again.
There is a pile of clothes in the corner, kind of right at his peripheral vision that does look to have a sword and a hilt next to it. But from this angle, you cannot, or distance rather, you cannot tell if it's a Valerian steel blade.
I am going to
not that it is one.
Stealth up behind him, and kind of drag my hand across his chest and then stab into him with a dagger.
Yeah, give me a deception check first to determine if you get advantage. Trying to be like you're a seductress at first. Nice. I'm so hairless, I'm a woman.
Natural 20.
So what's that total?
That is a 34.
Give me an attack roll with advantage from your dagger and do an extra 2d6 if you hit.
That is 15.
That does hit.
Because remember, he doesn't have his armor on. Right?
Yes. He a nude man and he is not dexterous.
I currently... There we go. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
That is a Valerian steel dagger that I had in my inventory before.
Mm-hmm.
How much would a regular dagger do?
Just a D4.
A D4.
You do not have the cat's paw dagger. Catelyn's hands need to be sliced open. It could be here, technically. It just has to be obtained by someone in 50 years, but you did lose it.
You said 1d4?
1d4, yeah. And then the 2d6. And then add your dex once.
Oh my god. 12 plus 2 plus 3. That's
17.
Yeah.
He kind of turns his head and goes, oh, hello. Oh, and then grabs your arm for a second. He has some like light brown skin where he looks still Restosi, a bald head and like a goatee. And he's strong enough that he begins rising at first. What would you like to do as he begins standing and you kind of get pulled upwards?
I wrap my legs around his midsection just to hold on and keep driving that dagger into him.
Give me another attack roll with advantage.
And then with the other hand as well, I'm going to cover his mouth.
Give me another attack roll with advantage. Oh, so kind, so beautiful.
I like Tagon being like the dirty fighting one.
I agree.
is sick as fuck.
This is Drogon.
15 again.
That hits again to roll damage again. This time just the D4.
1 plus 3, 4.
Yeah, you cover his mouth and just begin slicing in his chest as he begins crumpling and then kind of falls, and you have to release, so he falls on his chest, and blood begins seeping from his chest down into the pool and begins filling the pool.
Oh God, I don't think he has the strength to do that. I was thinking about it, how to make the body unidentifiable, but I don't
Just
think.
fuck his face up. Take his fingers, take it. I don't know.
I,
Leave him in the pool.
Tagon does not like doing things like that.
Yeah. At least you could like shove him into the pool. Maybe he gets bloated.
Yeah. Is there a fire in the room?
Yeah.
Before leaving, he's going to just push him onto the fire.
It is not a lit fire, unfortunately. There is sconces on the wall.
Oh, never mind then.
You can just take one off, put it on his chest.
Yeah, I'll do that, and then I'll rip a support out for the tent and have it crumple on him.
This isn't a building, but there is like a.
Oh, I thought you said it was a tent.
Sorry,
well.
I can't because I couldn't describe it. That's why. Not robes, but velvets all were the entrance to these rooms, but there was no doors. So like, but you can tear that. There is kindling that you could easily do.
Yeah,
different
cover
cloths
him
and
with
stuff,
it.
and then.
Cool, but I'm gonna go check that sword first before doing.
Yeah, you pick it up. It's in the hilt. What would you like to do with it?
I open it up. What kind of sword is it? Does it resemble what he said?
It does have a blackened blade. In addition, it does have the colorations that he said. It is gilded at the hilt, very shining bright gold, a gilded steel rather, and then the hilt is a nice coloration. Give me a history check, and then a leather band as well.
Natural 1.
Natural 1. It is a blackened blade that feels very light.
It's that one that I was saved by my uncle with, right?
No, you would recognize that. It is not. Okay. It is not Bright Roar. Oh no.
I gave that
Dawn.
up. Dawn, yeah.
Dawn and Bright Roar. This is the 4th Valyrian steel weapon Dagon has wielded. What would you like to do with it? You wielded Dawn for a brief moment as Ulrich Dane gave it to you dying. And then you wielded the Valyrian steel cat's paw dagger that gets used on Brian a little bit in the future. And then you wielded Bright Roar, House Lannister's blade, as you stole it, and now you're wielding something.
I am going to put it over my shoulder, where swords are supposed to go, the scabbard going across my back. And I...
Putting your shirt back on?
Yes.
Walking out there with his shirt off with a sword on. Looking like a YA protagonist.
And then after throwing the fire on the body, I am going to try and sneak down the stairs. And is that woman still at the counter?
You poke your head for a second, and she is at the counter.
I'm going to make a stealth check to try and get behind her.
Give me a stealth check.
Unnatural 20.
Yeah, you're able to easily dip behind her as she like turns for a second, then turns back and is writing something in a ledger. She has little, like a spectacle on.
Tagon is then going to slit her throat.
Awesome. Give me an attack roll with advantage.
Oh my god. That is a 12.
That does beat her armor class. She has nothing on.
And then since this is... Do I get a stealth attack on this or no?
I don't believe
the advantage was, yeah.
That was a very insane just roll that you got earlier, so I give you the 2d6
yeah.
for the crit.
That is going to be a 5 damage.
That is enough to kill her. How would you like to kill her?
Just very quickly come up behind her, kind of like hold against her collarbone, this ridge right here, and just... And then I just come out from behind her so she can fall flat.
Duck behind her, and you're already leaving as she grabs onto the tapestry and falls holding
I am going to grab my gold dragon from her before I leave.
We stay on that thing, and you leave, and you come back, grab it, and you're off. And you hear in the corner people noticing the fire and splashing of water of them exiting.
I then put the bloody dagger in my red robes and just let it sit right where it was.
And as you go, we stay on that shot of behind the counter when no one can see her behind the counter, and people start running out from the fire, and no one notices her.
That was goated.
I don't know if that's the term.
But in terms of like, Tagon's doing cool shit now. Finally,
A woman is dead. What? Please give me a perception check as you're riding down to the Vale to your best friend.
a perception check. You said.
Correct. Look at this creature.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Handsome boy.
There it is. That is a 14.
As you're riding deeper and deeper, you've got through most of the land of House Stark. You do notice that deep down south, kind of blocking the main road, there are 3 men in dark leathers on horseback. And one of them is holding a collar to a dog off the horse as well, and they're kind of talking to each other, blocking the main road.
I need to pass here.
They see you approaching, and you go, this road has a toll. An older one with a beard kind of says on the horseback as the man turns with holding his dog. 5 gold dragons to get south of the neck. Give me a history check.
That is unnatural 20.
You recognize these men. You know none of them by name, but these are Night's Watchmen, and they are far from Castle Black. And on a 20, you have heard of rumor of recent deserters.
I will have to ride back and get that from my master, Brendan Rivers.
They kind of look to each other. Do you have something you want to say, lad? And you're like 30 feet or so apart.
Nah, nothing. Just that I will have to give him your descriptions as well.
None of us want that, but we do want your coin. Just give it up. You're outnumbered.
You would think that. And he's going to very quickly pull out his bow and try
Give
and
me an
fire
attack
off a
roll
shot.
as that dog gets loosed and they...
And
that
then
dog, its eyes wide and focused on you as you kind of stare into it. Give me an attack roll. Doesn't count, motherfucker. That doesn't count. That is
There's
not
no
a roll.
way.
His D20 pirouetted.
Attack roll.
Your agility modifier and your proficiency modifier, and if you have any bonuses to that.
11.
That I'll say that hits one of them. Yeah, the one that loosed the dog gets hit in the shoulder, roll damage. He was more of a kennel keeper. He did not appear to have any actual leathers on, only cloth. You know, the mission.
14 damage on the first one.
17 damage.
Yeah. How do you drop the guy that loosed the dog and immediately? How do you kill him?
Probably like as he's letting go, it goes through his hand and then into his heart. So his hand is like stuck to his heart.
Catches his hand. He looses him. Grabs onto that horse, the horse of one of his buddies who like rears. He's like, what the hell? And he begins grabbing his sword. He turns back. That guy drops. He cannot see you because his horse is rearing and it's about to land, giving you a little bit of an opening. That dog is getting closer.
And now, as that is happening, I don't know if you will allow me to do this.
I probably will.
With the green seer feat that Watt now has, I'm going to attempt to warg into this dog.
Please roll and add your wisdom modifier and your proficiency bonus.
Can I have advantage because this is the first time Watt is warging in a very long time in this journey, and he is more prepared to be able to do this?
I'll say he can have advantage due to this being the first time he has tried to strongly use this ability. And he might be putting an unsafe amount of energy into it. Knowing in the future he definitely needs to be safer. You said you chose these dice because Grace in our D&D campaign uses these dice and they always roll stupid. They have rolled so stupid this session. Not good or bad. He didn't, it once again, it did not land in a amicable way.
I didn't even know they could do that. You can like spin them across this. I'm gonna show Grace that next time. That's so fun.
Mine didn't. It just dropped immediately.
Okay, third time's the charm.
Look at those pretty dads. 3.
That's gonna be a 12.
12. You focus and you are hungry and angry, and you begin moving fast on all fours as all these senses fill your brain. And you look and you smell blood coming from in front of you as you see some blood is trickling down Watt's face as they kind of sit there, eyes up, eyes milky on the horse. And you catch yourself right before you're about to sink your teeth in, and you realize that's you on that horse, on that creature, as the horse backs up, scared. What would you like to do?
The dog instantly 180s itself and begins running towards the man next to the one who loosed him.
One of the horses is standing there. There's 2 men on 2 horses, and then there's a dead body. What would you like to do?
There's 2 men on 2 horses.
Yes.
The dog is going
2
to
men
go
are stacked
for-
on 2 horses stacked on each other. No.
The dog is going to attempt and leap at one of the men, assuming that the horses are used to this dog now.
Give me an attack roll. Add 5 to the total.
That is 12. Just poor rolls today.
That is enough. These Night's Watch leathers are not good. Give me a D10 of damage as you hit this guy in his gut, and add 3 to the total.
9.
That's enough to pull him off. You're able to bite him in the gut as he goes, "What the hell?" You hit him in the gut and just using your weight, drag him off, and he hits the ground. You have an extra attack. What would you like to do? As both of those riderless horses now run off, you kind of can sense the dead shot body behind you, and then that last guy on his horse, you hear him beginning to draw out a hammer.
The dog will move to the away from the stomach and begin going for the throat.
Give me another attack roll.
You said plus 5. That's going to
Yes.
be an 18.
18. Roll another D10 and add 3. That is hits. This is the dog.
4 damage.
The dog you've worked into. This is him.
You said it was a pit bull.
Slayer of men.
I don't even know if you said it. I think
That's what I was picturing. So, we see some Northerners use hounds like that. So that's what I was picturing. Yes.
the Dragon Age dogs like Tank was.
Yes, exactly.
Mabari. Mabari are so cool.
Mabari. You bite this dude's throat out, tearing blood, and that last guy goes, "Ah!" and goes to make an attack roll on you. He does not hit you. As you're able to duck out the way. You feel much more angry and mad now and enraged.
While that is happening, is it possible for me to now cancel my warging and shoot a shot at this person?
Roll again. Roll another wisdom and prof check, I should say. Roll the dice.
That is a 12.
You are not able to exit this hound. You attempt to, and you just get angry at the being you're in. You don't have thumbs. You can't move at wise in any manner. You're not able to exit the hound, and you get angry at that, causing the hound to get angry, and you're focused in front of you, and there's a man in front of you and a horse that you can bite into and tear. Give me an attack roll.
Oh my god. That's cocked, right?
Yes.
Okay.
These dice. It's not the dice tray. We have the exact same dice tray, I believe.
8.
That is not hit. Oh, you have an extra attack, though.
Oh wait, plus 5. It would have been a 7, but yeah.
Okay.
Extra attack. That is a 19.
That does hit.
Oh no, sorry, 18. I
That
keep
does
using
hit.
ones.
Roll and add 3 to your D10 worth of piercing damage.
12 damage.
12. Yeah, you're able to get this guy in the hand and pull him off there, and the horse gladly leaves him as fucker. He's gonna attempt to hit you, not with advantage this time because you're on the ground level. He is able to hit you just with a hammer. You take 6 points of damage. Your brain is focused and fleeting. You feel like you could exit at this moment in time if you wished to. And you're very angry and very pissed the fuck off now.
I do think Watt's main goal right now would be saving this dog.
Mhm.
I think, and just to preface this, because I do think it is important for this world, I do not think he puts the lives of animals over people
Mhm.
at all. He would sacrifice every animal to save one person.
Mhm.
But I do think, he holds animals above evil people.
Yeah, definitely.
So he is going to leave and then fire a shot at this person.
Give me a wisdom check again with your proof bone. Proof bone.
Oh my god.
They're not weird dice. They're normal. You know,
That
like
is
a
another
die.
12.
I
I got a 12 off every single time that I've done this.
You are not able to leave. Give
Going at him
Give me
again.
another attack roll.
That is an unnatural 20.
That hits. Roll a d10 and add your +3. The Hound's strength modifier.
13.
Sandor Clegane. You bite this dude on the face and just start shaking him. And eventually, you feel his skin peeling off, and you're able to take a segment of his face off. And he sits there, and you're in pain. And as your dog's adrenaline fades, you're able to sit there. Please roll me a d20, please.
Natural 1.
Your vision from the dog fades, and you're able to clutching the horse, who is very skittish. You look at your hands; they're bloody. You realize your nose was bleeding. You take 8 points of damage through the various rolls you made during this ordeal. The first time Watt has done anything like this ever, and you look up and 3 dead bodies of humans, horses fleeing, the road coated in blood. It looks like a massacre happened.
So previously, Watt ended the last session at 33 health, and I was just leaving at that because I thought it was fun. But the amount of health he just took, he was, of course, supposed to be at full health, brought him to the exact same amount.
All that growth gone in an instant. So you're sitting there, your hands are bloody, and you're focused. And what'd you like to do?
I am going to look at the dog. Is it alive?
Make a perception check.
Damn. That is 9.
It is very deceased.
Watt would let out a sigh of anger and begin stepping off the horse and picking up the dog's body and walking into the woods.
And as he very lumberlingly does that, going at an angle, unless you have anything else you'd like to do, we can cut to Tornos and Bravos making a investigation check.
We can. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick.
Cool. So Tornos.
Could you tell them... I don't know. I couldn't think of anything.
Well, Tornos, we got Tornos' name, or rather Ashton did, from Thoros of Myr, a kind of similar name. Thoros of Myr is a very fun character. He is a Bravosi, but he is living most of the plot of A Song of Ice and Fire. He is activating through Westeros. He is a Bravosi character that is close in the plot of Westeros. Talking about House of the Dragon Season 3, the changes, I'm going to hold my hand up, and when I lower it, if you're fast forwarding, that means he's back. The changes made to House of the Dragon Season 3, my viewing experience, I'm kind of at the state of like, okay, they've changed so much. I just want to focus on enjoying it. So like, Ormond is a cool character. Do I wish we had the rest of the High Towers that are of decent importance? Yeah. Do I wish the other Valerians were around during Corlys's arc? Like Vamian or Damion, and then Vaemon. Not Vaemond. Yeah. But the choices they've made, the Valerians being people of color, Alicent being a childhood best friend of Rhaenyra in the same age, those are so cemented in my mind and maybe almost preferable to the canon material. The minor things I don't mind. I'm excited to see them finally adapt to Daeron, even though they implied all the way back in season 1 he didn't exist. So like, what are we doing? Tesserion's a cool dragon. I wish he looked more like Arax. I always pictured they looked a little more similar, especially considering that I believe they're of similar age. I believe both of them were hatchlings of Tessarion, or Tessarion and Arax were hatchlings of Daeron and Juicy, rest in peace, Goat. Sorry if that was a spoiler. That episode came out 2 weeks ago. I apologize. Jacaerys is a very cool character. I apologize if I spoiled that for you. But Jacaerys is cool. Lucerys is cool. Joffrey is cool. Joffrey currently is Rhaenyra's only heir, unless she makes another heir. Obviously, I hate what they've done to Rhaena and Nettles. Some of those changes, I'm just like, come on. I love that they're adapting more minor characters, even though I wish they could adapt all the minor characters. I understand why they can't, but John Roxton being a decently important character, the Ormond story is cool. I forget his name, but the actor that is playing Ormond is delivering a lot of sauce. I love him. The guy that is playing John Roxton played Brasso in Andor. He's an incredible actor. I would love to see him in more stuff. And I hope you all are also excited for episode 4 of season 3 coming out next Sunday. I plan tomorrow to record and post a video on my personal YouTube channel called Zach Baker about Aegon the Conqueror in his tenure, which is going to start a Dynasty of the Targaryen Kings video. I have not uploaded to my personal channel in quite some time, so I'm going to do that.
Heck yeah. While I was in the bathroom, I was thinking about just writing in general and how, like, everybody thinks of being a good writer is like being able to like have this entire plot planned out and like have it ready and like, oh, this is everything that happens. But I think what we're learning, especially even with just this not one shot, this mini arc, this whatever we want to call it, the fact that I have been able to multiple times guess storylines is just such a show that good writing isn't what I had just described, and it is actually being able to compound everything that you have written into the next bit of writing.
I agree.
Because the fact that I'm able to find these story beats in this story just based on like this TTRPG is astounding. It's a very good world building. The fact that I can just figure that out.
And I think the painful thing is people that have the mindset that everything needs to be written out are also the people that are so adverse to changes, or in this setting, adverse to letting their players define the plot. And like, no, the perfect, idealistic, perfect version is you let the players be so understood of the world that they can predict what the plot is going to be. Because, like, well, you didn't know that if you ate the bird as what crazy shit would happen, but you felt like those choices made sense in that order from what I had sprinkled in. I sprinkled in a ton of stuff about the werewolves. And my thought was, why dying as an old man would think about that crazy shit? No, it became much more important. But that was related to Watt's arc. And you had the chance to make that decision.
Yeah. And he will probably go back to Harrenhal at some point when he wants to explore that again. Anyway.
Maybe.
We were going back to Toronos.
A quintessential hypothetical rebellion will move people all over Westeros. Make an investigation check. As well as Toronos. Know what I'm saying?
Is 17.
17. As you approach Tagon's tent. And you open it up. No one is in there. And at 17, you go through, you sift through his belongings. You find some light daggers, light weaponry, nothing really of note. On the 17, you notice that there is a suspicious amount. I said that like it was a Targaryen word. A suspicious.
Suspicious.
S-A-E-O-U-S. A suspicious amount of parchment and ink. And you don't see much writings. He doesn't seem to be a writer. Nothing of that sort. Just a lot of parchment ink. Banding as well. A stamp, etc. Ink.
Now, this is
wax. I mean,
metagaming a little bit, but it's a question, so it's not metagaming yet. It will be if I act on this. But do you think that Amalia is doing some texture printing in a journal anywhere?
Probably.
You know what texture printing is?
Yes.
Do I see any indentations in any of the parchment he has left?
On a 17, make an additional investigation check.
That is a 14.
You do not.
Damn it.
It seems like whatever process, if any, is being made of this, it is very careful and very planned and learned and not open to anything like that.
That was pretty good, Doug.
That was very smart.
No, he wouldn't be. I am just gonna continue looking for anything else that might. Does the pen seem like it didn't come from Essos? Anything in the room didn't come from Essos, because from our understanding, he was Elysian.
Yes.
Elysian.
Lysini.
A Lycene.
Elysian.
Yeah.
Matt Damon movie. Give me another investigation check. Hello.
Damn it. I was rolling pretty good for a little bit there. That's going to be a 7.
Not really Tor's wheelhouse.
Nope.
Fun fact: a wheelhouse is a thing in Game of Thrones. It's a big ass carriage that like the queen rides in.
That's what they take to the Red Keep whenever Robert comes up
Mhm.
with Cersei and all that.
And when people are like, "Oh, it's realistic. There's nothing fantasy." This is how the carriage is described. It's a house of wheels. Like, I'm sure you can see that great on the phone. Google wheelhouse. It's literally that's what Cersei rides south in.
He does not do a good job of describing that in the book.
I don't think so. No. And maybe I've seen this photo and then read it, so I just picture.
Because whenever I read it, I did think
But-
of just like a small carriage.
Perhaps he went over it quickly, but there is a lot of cool, non-fantastical stuff. The curtain flaps open behind you, and you look in, and there is a little dark-skinned associate girl, about young teenage. Can I help you?
No. Where Tagon?
Oh, can I ask what you're asking about?
Yeah. He did not eat breakfast. I want him to be okay. And I'm gonna do a deception check. 15.
Oh, I believe he just stepped into the city. He should be back by nightfall, I would think.
Yes. He still has the bowl in his hand as he's saying this. Have you eaten?
I have. Thank you. I'm Amalia. I'm his sister.
Tor.
Tor.
I leave now. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think I do think even though he is 30 and he's probably been speaking common tongue for a while, I do think it makes more sense that he just isn't very good with the language.
I think so.
I think that's way
Doesn't
better.
sit on his tongue well.
Yeah, I think that's way better. That makes way more sense than anything other reason we had. I had
I think all of those things could be true.
incongruity.
Yes.
What
What would Tor like to do as he exits?
he would before he fully leaves, he would turn towards the girl and ask, "Is he good?"
I think he's a man of honor. And as every man of honor is, he has been driven to make some hard choices in his life. But I am happy to call him my kin.
I'm going to roll an insight check
Okay.
on that. And I implore you to make his interpretation of this incorrect if it's very low.
I do not think I will say what type of check Amalia made.
3.
3. I think Tor thinks that I need to look into more of Tor's mindset then. Is he happy with the Golden Company? He knows what they are. He knows that they claim that they defeat, and he thinks that that's regular. Does he think it's honorable and just, or does he think it's just how things work?
He believes it's how things work, and this is just his life. This is what he has to deal with. The idea of leaving has never come across his mind, and he will protect what he knows as much as he can.
I think that Tor gets out of this that coming from a faraway land and being a man of honor, at least in the eyes of this little girl, but he doesn't factor in her relationship with him, that he may think that Tagon might try to be dismantling this faction. On a failed insight check, that might be what he gets from her describing him in such a positive way.
Well, if you are wanting, I am here.
Thank you.
And by that, he was trying to say, if you need anything, come to me, but whatever.
I got that. Yeah.
Okay,
I think that makes sense. I understood that at least.
He is then just going to walk away, start heading towards Agor's tent.
Cool. You return to Igor's tent. You open it up. He is in there. Yes. How'd it go? I didn't need an answer till tomorrow. So if you come to disappoint,
No, I spoke to his kin.
it was good.
Tagon.
Okay.
I believe he has. I believe he is doing something bad.
Okay. Tell me more about it.
There was many parchment in his tent, and his young sister, I believe, was trying very hard to paint him as a grandiose person.
There's movement behind you as the tent flap opens, and this is the first time you've met Tagon face to face as he enters wielding that blade, unless he would do something else before coming straight to Agor. Tagon, you come in, a man I'll say don't recognize, but recognize his face at least. A very large hulking warrior is sitting next in front of Agor.
I brought what you asked for.
And Tor looks to Agor, who just like nods. We can continue this later. And Tor nods and stands and kind of almost side eyes you, maybe. And
before he leaves,
Mhm.
Tagon like holds him, and he's like, I haven't met you before. Are you one of Agor's good friends?"
Tor, yes.
It's a pleasure to meet you. And he turns around very.
And shamefully, probably, Thor's not a plotter or a deceiver. Shamefully, looking at a dead man walking in maybe Thor's mind, he exits out the room. Come, you have it.
Yes. What kind of sword is it? It seems very.
Valyrian steel.
Oh.
A third the weight of normal steel. And just as strong.
I've never seen anything like it.
Cuts through steel plate like butter. Yeah, roll that motherfucker.
That is going to be a 26.
This belonged to House Royce a long time ago, and that is Lyanna's house. Lost during the Dance of the Dragons. They call it lamentation.
I see.
Which
makes sense why you wanted it back.
Funnily enough, unless I'm misremembering, lamentation can also be like on paper, right?
That's laminating something.
Laminating. Okay. Lamentation in its normal word means lamenting something. Like what's lament mean?
To regret, to be sorrowful over.
Yes, a tale of sadness. This is lamentation. Yes. He sets it back on the table. Thank you. I was perhaps drunken and wished for easy coin, or perhaps I wanted a test for you.
I hope that it shows that I am willing to do anything for the Golden Company.
Not. Thank you, Tagon. This has given me much to think about.
Yes, if you have any more need of me, I'm always at your call.
Very good.
He said his name was Toronos?
Yeah, Tornos is something. He's a Dothraki we picked up a long time ago. I'm surprised you two haven't met yet. But I guess he sits on the outside of the encampment.
He doesn't say much, does he?
No. No, sir. Thick-headed, a tool more than a man, I should say. Similar to Vagor. Just without the dragon blood, he's more expendable, I would say. A good fighter.
I see.
Not like you or I.
I see. I will head back to my tent.
Stay safe.
You as well.
And he puts the Valyrian blade up and begins pouring more from his flagon as you exit.
Tagon would go straight back to his tent.
You kind of poke your head in there. Amalia is just in there, kind of wringing her hand. And at some point, Catronia arrived as well, though you don't know that they didn't arrive together. And Catronia is like rubbing her on the back and cutting like a salad together, taking some lettuce and breaking it up with her hands and like talking to her. And you enter and she turns and goes, beloved, I'm just making us some food, like I said.
Yes, I can assist.
Thank
and he gets next to them and begins helping them. So, how was your time in the city?
Very good. Did you enjoy your trip, Amalia? Amalia goes, yes, it was very nice. I like this quite a bit.
That is very good. I am glad that our words could benefit you in that way. I don't know what else to say at this point. I finished up what I needed to do. I spoke, and then kind of locks eyes with Catronia, and that's her name, Catronia.
Yes.
And
Catriona, actually, I think.
Catriona.
Catriona. The slightest difference from what you said.
Catriona looks at her and like pretty knowingly, like I had to do something bad. Like looking,
She was like
with someone.
She finishes her portion and begins like opening a chest and pouring some liquor into a cup.
Anyway, what are your plans for tomorrow, you two?
She moves your hand from it and then puts it in your hands, and she begins on the salad or continues. I think just going down to the docks, buying some fish maybe for the next week or so for us to eat off of. Fun plans. And Amalia like smiles and continues like reading a book she's reading with a little furrow in her brow. You?
Nothing much. I haven't been given much direction by Agor, much to my dismay.
Yes, more than you have been restless from our station here in Bravos.
Amalia, are you okay?
Yes.
Noticing the look on her face.
Just tired from the events of the day, and I know it's only noon, so I may nap before this evening.
I see. Well, you should get as much rest as you can. You should get as much rest as you can.
And just awkwardly, this little family continues cooking and reading. Corliss, can I get a perception check? Jarvis. Bring it up.
Perception check from Corliss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
A 3. Godric comes in. My lord, so it was your I was like, I kind of shoved that dog hard with my leg. Look down, it was your leg. My bad. Godric comes in. My lord, a rider from House Burrell is here. He has shield and blade, and I believe he is making a petition for combat for a position. He's here to clash, it seems.
Okay.
You guys are kind of having lunch, and Hugh is there as well with Baelish and Adam. Hugh and Baelish eating, but Adam standing his post.
We will go meet him. Adam, Hugh, come with me.
Hugh begins standing, and Adam nods. Baelish puts out, this sounds like an assaulter. I don't know if you should meet him face to face, my lord.
It has been nary a year that I have not fought somebody. It will be welcome if he does.
Very well. Baelish rises, grabbing his sword. Do you keep Lady Forlorn on you?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
that sword never leaves his hip except for when he goes to bed. I think it sits right next to the bed.
Yeah. You guys begin going outside, patting this horse that is made of a similar armor of him. Is this large 6'6" man, thick bearded. His armor resembles chitin almost. And as you get closer, you see it's just chitin smelted onto steel plate. His head is one big pale chitin, white chitin. Chitin being kind of a carapace armor of crustaceans. Yeah. And then the horse, similar armor, very exquisite looking gentleman. As he sees you approaching, you see his sword hilt. His blade is long and scarred and dented, but his hilt is also made of the same material. When he sees you, good morrow.
Repeat the request you spoke to my lessers.
I, Boros of House Burrell, Sir Boros. They call me the Pale Crab, and I heard tale that you had open positions within your court a week ago. I took my time coming here. Am I to be told that they have been filled?
Not as of yet. We have a tourney planned to
No.
attempt to find.
I have no need to wait for a tourney. I challenge you, Lord Corliss, or a champion in your place. If I knock you into the dirt, or whoever you put before me, I would request at a minimum a position within your guard, but perhaps coin if you cannot provide. One or the other is what I ask upon you.
I am in the middle of supper. If you would join me for a meal, I will grant your request.
Make a persuasion check.
And that is what we're doing.
Lunch, technically, but
Lunch, sorry.
sup is referred to as food, yeah.
I was in the midst of sup.
I was consumptioning.
And then persuasion. 19.
19. He thinks over it. Very well. And he holds his horse to a guard, John, who takes it and nods and kind of leads his horse off. And he begins taking heavy footsteps, takes his helmet off. He is bald upon his head. He looks like he's probably early 30s. What are we having? And we cut a duck or something. We cut to him eating. Across from you at the head of this table is Baelish and Hugh and the other guards. Adam kind of look at him. Lyanna is here also looking at him. She came once she heard of this and wanted to sit down in front of this individual.
So, the white crab, where does this name come from?
Sigil of my house. House Burrell. We are a Vale house, of course. I do not answer to you, though. Unfortunate to you, I answer the House Sunderland of the Three Sisters. House Burrell. And he kind of holds up and he has a printing of their sigil, which is a green veil with a white spider crab on it, drawn on. I'm from the Three Sisters. 'Tis my house's sigil, and I have granted it upon myself. I am such a grand warrior in my efforts that I felt worthy enough that I be named it, as if a Targaryen was named the Black Dragon, which you immediately know is what the rebel Daemon was named, or the White Wolf or Grey Wolf for House Stark. Let me find it. Is there a crab anywhere? Don't see a crab. Don't see a crab. Don't see a crab. Oh, look at that nasty little fucker.
Awful.
Fun fact, if you don't know, I don't like crabs, so I made this man a villain. So evidently he sailed and trekked some time for this, or perhaps he just lied about that and he's been on a journey and you were a step in his travel.
And what battles have you fought in?
The second Blackfire Rebellion, and I was present for the third. And then a defense during the winter from some Norvoshi pirates. Saved Lord Sunderland's life during that one, of course. And if I was old enough, I would have fought in the first Blackfire Rebellion, and I envy the chance for more bloodshed. And this imposing man, he finishes his chicken and kind of beckons a servant to bring more, who looks at you but then does it. Eating some thick slop.
Your military achievement seems great. What makes you choose my house? Do you wish to serve the small folk?
Oh, I have no care for the small folk, but I am a loyal man, and if you do, then suppose I do as well. I clashed heads with other members of my family who did not see it fit for me to remain within their halls, and I hear of this newfound glorious house. I wish to rise with you. I heard of some decent military achievements you also reached during your brief stint during the winter. I wish to grow with you, and perhaps counsel and mentor you in these young knights in your service.
Corliss is going to roll an insight check.
Very well.
While after saying this, looking over at Leanna, trying to see what she thinks as well as part of this.
Cool.
Or
So
if
she'll
you want me
also-
to make one specifically.
You're fine. You can make an insight check to him first, and then I'll roll an insight check from Leanna, and then I'll let you roll with advantage on her to communicate telepathically with your wife. Not literally.
Insight check is going to be a 17 from Corliss on the crab.
17. Cody, you think
3 times.
you think he's bullshitting a little bit about different things. He has an aura of deception about him. Perhaps he's engorging his feet. Perhaps he's underplaying why he was kicked out. You do think on a 17 he would be a strong ally to have, and even though he said it like it's a negative to you all, he would have some helpful insights if his tales are true. And most importantly, he seems to just want to hold a position of authority in the Vale. You are close to Lord Aaron, captain of the guard to the Lord Corbray, who's close with Lord Aaron, could give him positions for political upclimbing. But most of all, despite the fact that he clearly has ambitions, it does seem like he's not lying about carrying out his claims of servitude. Now, can I get an advantage insight on Lyanna?
That is going to be a 16.
She does not like him. You look over and she kind of mentally tells to you, this guy is an oaf and he would only bring about a negative perception of our house. She's not thinking of it in any militaristic capacity. But it's not in a way of like, don't hire this fucking guy. You asked her opinion through facial expressions. She doesn't like him. She understands, and it's not like she'll hold any animosity if you do not take her advice. She understands.
And this entire time, Corliss would not have touched his food since returning in. Well, that's all I really need.
Fantastic.
This conversation seems to have stunted my appetite. I'd prefer to eat crab. Clear the tables. And all the tables, he would command all the tables to be pushed to the walls.
And you see Boros has this big grin on his face. Fantastic. He gets up, he orders, boy, bring me my sword. And John brings over this long sword that, has crab in it, or crustacean grip on it.
Probably would be a spider crab leg on each side of the blade, on the blunted side.
Sure.
That's sick as fuck.
And maybe then also some like thin chitin carved on the base of the blade leading up, not enough to where it would be affected actually on top.
That's sick, yeah.
And he begins kind of twirling it and preparing as he puts a helm on. What would you like to do?
Corliss getting his own things together, not commanding anyone to grab anything for him. His armor probably in the hall, I would assume.
Edard and John bring it to you, and then they begin, and that Hugh kind of comes in, and you wave them all off. Hugh eager to present, and as Hugh approaches, you're putting your armor on, he comes and says, I know you have a Valyrian steel blade, of course, but as do I. Either one of us could probably cut his down very quickly.
I have never tasted crab before.
Very well. And he backs up, and you turn and slam your helm down. What would you like to do before combat starts?
I think he would. Oh no, he's inside. He can't. He was going to do what he did at the Blackwood keep and light his sword aflame. But
you can do whatever you like.
He's not going to do that.
Get the kids out of here.
He is going to just stand at the ready, his hand on the pommel of his blade, not even drawn yet, just waiting for the crab to be ready.
As he sees you ready, he kind of slams his blade against his forearm. After you, my lord.
At least the master of arms, and at least if I do need your aid, you at least know to allow your enemy to strike first. And he's going to begin pulling his blade
Oh
out.
yeah. I think because it's so light, you can easily rip it up and then turn it like that.
Probably just lifting it up in the air and grabbing it like that.
And as you guys face, can I please get a perception check from Watt as he rides harder, comes around a mountain pass. Evidently, Watt left a long time ago and did not leave when we saw him, moving around the things. What's a perception check?
16.
16. You can see Heart's home clearly. It's about 10 minutes away. And there is, in fact, a new entourage, it seems. There are 2 men clad in pale cloth with green chainmail waiting outside Heart's home with their horses similar. Men you do not recognize.
He's going to ride past them and begin towards the gate.
Yeah, you just do Godric is out there, and as you're approaching, he puts a hand up. Name and business, please. We've had too many visitors today.
Watt Smallwood. I am here to see an old friend.
What? Oh, we've been told of you. Open! And the gate opens and you ride in.
And they don't know if he's talking about Corliss or Adam. He's talking about Adam. We know that.
Baelish. Oh yeah. Baelish turns and hears movement, and we cut to. Can I get an initiative roll from Corliss, please? Apologies for this cutting back and forth.
Initiative roll from Corliss.
Yes, as this duel begins. 10. Does Corliss have extra attack yet?
Yeah.
Very good. You had it last time, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get it at 5.
So he does go first. He makes big swings over your head, but he misses twice as you're able to dodge. And Baelish, hearing some movement, looks at you to make sure you're okay, then runs to the movement. As you're walking forward, someone took your horse from you. Baelish turns a corner. What? Did Baelish never met Watt?
No.
But he sees you and goes, Watt Rivers, correct?
Watt Smallwood. No, yes.
Of course, my lord. No offense meant. Corliss, Lord Corliss is in the middle, and as you kind of move forward, you see in the middle of the feasting hall is in the middle of a situation.
I can see that. Is this agreed upon, or?
Yes, it is a formal duel. It would appear.
Where would Adam be? I need to speak with him.
In attendance, and you turn, and Adam is overlooking, itching, and next to some men you don't recognize, a ginger man, etc.
I will go speak with him, and he would begin walking into the room.
You do that. Corliss, give me 2 attack rolls as it enters your turn, and I assume you don't recognize Watt.
I do not think so.
Or notice would be a better term.
How much do you think the magics have affected Watt's appearance, other than the eye thing that we have previously mentioned?
I think heavy dark bags under his eyes. Maybe he's a bit more gaunt. And those could be things of less sleep, less nutrition. I do think maybe Watt is taller as well, which would not be a result of anything you could dismiss.
I'm going to change him to being 5'10" now. He was 5'8".
Adam, you approach and he turns, What?
I think we described Adam as being pretty average height. Do we think
I think so.
He's taller than Adam now? That would be a crazy
I think so. Yeah. So he turns, What? Edard, John, take Sir Hugh and make sure he stays out of the way. And you hear that, Hugh being the first name of the person you're targeting in this area.
Hugh?
Just some rich men. Come. What?
Yes.
You look
better. I know. Not the words he was thinking of. Yes, I was coming to ask you some information. What is the house name of this Hugh you mentioned?
Adam's gonna roll an insight check for your intention.
You can give that advantage.
About this random guy. Cool. Can I get a deception check out of you, please? Deception or persuasion. In this instance, sometimes I roll insight on just intention, so try to obscure your intention.
That is a 14.
So you saw he critted. Not 20. Why do you want to know of this man?
I've been charged. Looking him in the eyes as he says that. What is his house name? Whispering among the yelling and the clangs.
Yeah. Does his house want him back? He told
No.
us. Has a crime been levied against him? What?
Yes.
What crime?
A crime of the dragon.
What? You look
A crime of the dragon. A crime
in the
against.
front of the dragon?
A crime against the dragon.
What? We
Not
should.
saying which one.
Yeah. A lot of dragons. What? We should talk. Come, and he touches your arm and begins to try to move you.
I do think Watt would follow him because this person is still here. However, how much do you think psychologically Brendan's command is affecting Watt? Because already I have been showing that it's almost psychological that he has to do this.
I think quite strong. But as he's talking with his only friend that he hasn't seen in a year, perhaps that might pull him out of it.
What is this roll? Not for me.
Boros missing twice again. Just heavy-handed. He's not used to someone wearing steel plate and wielding a lighter sword that's able to move so efficiently as... can I get 2 more attacks out of Corliss, please? I made the crab man evil.
You ass.
Because I hate crabs.
That's going to be an unnatural 20.
That hits. Give me that second extra attack roll, and then you can roll your damage straight.
That is going to be a 23.
23, that hits as well. So roll all that damage. Add your strength once to each pool. You know?
11. 20. 24.
This episode is okay. Yeah, you're able to take some heavy blows, hits onto him, cracking that armor as you guys begin throttling. Adam kind of brings you to a room and shuts the door. Wow, you look ill, to say the least.
No, I am stronger than I was before. I can assure you. I have a mission for being here.
I heard that you left Acorn Hall. Where have you been?
I do think that Brendan would have instructed Watt not to say anything
I think
of
so.
where he's coming from. So
I think...
Can you roll persuasion check for Adam?
Yes. And even furthermore, I think Brendan has said if you're about to get captured and your options are telling or slitting your throat, you know what to do. So that's a little fun flavor for you. Brendan, 10.
What
Insight to not be affected is kind of the rule I use to resist a persuasion check.
This is going to be a 6.
Cool. So he got a 10, you got a 6. How much do you think you give up based off that? I'm here to listen.
You cannot say anything.
Very well.
I met someone important, and I am saving Westeros.
How are you saving it?
There are some people who wish it harm, and I stop them from doing so.
What harm does Sir Hugh wish?
What was the reasoning again that Brendan said?
Brendan did not provide you any reasoning. This was the first instance where he did not give you any information.
What he has done is he has set the dragon's eyes upon him.
Which dragon do you serve?
I cannot answer you. or else my life. He is a noble man.
This doesn't sound like behavior befitting King Aegon. Are you serving a black fire?
No. No.
That narrows it down. Where did you go after Acorn Hall?
I learned of my true purpose. I went where I was supposed to go.
He begins setting his belongings down, like his sword, and takes his helmet off and begins taking his clothes on.
How did you hear of me leaving Acorn Hall?
Baelish sent correspondence to your father. Just a raven to ask how things were going following the winter's end. It was on my behalf. I wished to know.
Is he okay?
Samwell is doing just... His body is not injured.
And his mind?
He seems to be distraught, to say the least.
You poor old man.
Why not go to him? If you serve this dragon and he doesn't even allow you to see the ones you love, what is he? You know how it is ruling and having people do things for you. You send a man to their death or only use them as a tool. You are a bad ruler. You are an evil man.
Do you remember how you felt prior to taking up the sword?
Weak. Like I had no control over my life.
I've been handed a sword. And some tears would start forming on Watt's face. You wish for me to put it down?
My taking up of a sword led to me leaving you. I think I learned at some point that that's not the best.
You have a life here. You have a lord to serve. If Smallwood was no place for someone with a mind as yours.
Lord Corbray is a good man, and Lord Sam is a good man. Baelish is kind. I didn't want to serve any of them.
You've been given your charge, as have I. We must stick to what we've been asked to do.
He says nothing for a moment. Do you begin to move away?
He would stand up and begin walking towards the door.
He grabs you by the arm. What?
The warrior would have it no other way. And I think this would be a deception check, because this is not something that Watt himself.
Give me a deception check.
14.
Fuck the warrior. And he kisses you. Corliss, can I please get 2 more attack rolls? Or rather, you have to experience 2 attack rolls first. Doesn't matter. Can I get 2 attack rolls out of you, as this fucker is not hitting you at all? Make sure you switch to Corliss. Baelish begins laughing almost as he sees a man moving like Creighton once did. Very easily. Blocking, defending.
18.
That hits. He's rolled.
This
guy's a good build. He's strong. This is a warrior berserker multi-class. I have rolled so incredibly bad for him. But it fits very well.
Corliss is just, unfortunately, that guy.
Yeah. Aura machine.
That's going to be a 23 on the second one.
Hits as well. So roll me both those damage dice and add your strength to each, etc.
35.
35. You hit him in the shoulder, hit him in the shin, making him drop, and as he goes to block the shin, you spin in, hit him off the face and kick him to the floor. As he gets up, you hit him in the gut again.
And as he's about to get up, can I attempt to put the end of my blade to his neck?
Yes, give me an attack roll, but not slicing, like pointing.
That's cocked and in the thingy. That is a 19. That's a crit for me.
Yeah. As he begins to get up again, stabbing into your floor, breaking the stone and rising, you just
concede. We know how this is going to go.
I yield. Dropping his sword, kind of laughing as he takes his helmet off. Very well. You are a very good warrior,
He
Lord
begins
Corliss.
breathing very heavily as well. Finally, like letting all the stress that he's accumulated during the battle go. If you would like to try again out of position, you may do so in the tourney. And he's going to just walk out of the room, not paying him any mind.
I'll do that, Lord Corliss. Sitting down. Points to Baelish. Give me some wine. Baelish walks off. He points to Eddard. Eddard nods and walks off.
Do you think Leanna would not say something to Eddard while he goes off?
Yeah, she'd be like, no, Ned, stop. And
Don't give him shit.
Boros. Anybody? And Lana sends Ned away, recognizing the importance of a knight's position, and has one of her handmaidens go get a flagon.
Damn it. I don't want
to appease him.
I think it was... Do you think that Corliss purposely got him to eat so that he fought worse?
Maybe. But Boros would have been down in any way. He's not like a portly individual, stout or hard. He might be the better man, or he has some chunk on him, but he's beefy. This motherfucker's
But
big.
in general, if you eat right before,
Yeah.
you're going to be off balance.
That's something that he has never had as a negative. He would need to like factor that in if he fought someone like Corliss. That's never mattered before. It does matter now. Corliss is a very good fighter. What?
Goated.
Adam slowly moves away from your lips, like looks you up and down. I'm sorry. I don't. You. Sir,
You can't do that.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that.
What the?
I.
You say you're of the seven?
I.
Is homosexuality against the
Yes,
Seven's
but
belief?
so is
Okay.
murder. He did imply last season that he's making his own bond with the seven. You know, and the thing I used was homosexual Christian people. But you can, of course, still say that to be a hurtful person. You can say whatever you want.
I think you.
I got
How dare you?
I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Where is Hugh?
And he like stands in front of the door. Why serve this man when he's brought you such discomfort? Look at you. Sam misses you. Would this fucker miss you? I missed you. Corliss missed you. Would this man miss you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know why I did.
Do you think... What kind of check would Watt make at those words that were just spoken?
Inside check. To see both why he's saying them and the validity on if Brendan, how he would feel about that.
Natural 1.
Fuck. This guy is attempting to stop you from doing your mission. You don't know why. Maybe Adam's protecting you. Maybe he's working with him. Maybe he knows who Brendan is.
You're trying to distract me.
I guess.
He told me there would be dissenters.
Dissent from what? I'm a
clawing at his
Westerosi.
own hands.
Stop it! And he grabs your hands forcefully. I'm a Westerosi. I serve your friend. I don't know any dragon besides he who sits the throne, and I don't give a shit about Aegon. Or any dragon. I care about you. Your friends care about you. Your father cares about you, and he misses you, and I miss you. Please, Watt. I don't care about anything that you are. I care about you as a person. And he kind of, once again, looks at you, like, up and down.
And he's kind of, like, dazed as he says this. I've heard that arrows shot from the wall can land anywhere in Westeros. And he's going to kind of like hit his hand away from him and try and jump through a window.
Can I get an acrobatics check from you? Opposed by this athletics check he'd be rolling.
Do you think in lore Brendan caused that nat one?
Maybe.
Cool.
Because it's not just, people die. People say he affects things with that throughout the timeline. So, mayhaps.
And you said acrobatics. That is going to be...
Wait until I tell you to re-roll something for no reason. And take the lower.
Evil. 25.
25, yeah. He grabs at you, and as you wrench free and you step on the bed, and as he goes, wait, I don't care what you are, I swear. Do you stop at these movements at all, or do you leap through the window? You hear he doesn't make a move to rush after you, possibly to make you feel comfortable.
Those words specifically. You know what you're fucking doing.
I think he might have...
He would say that. Yeah.
He just kissed you.
He
kissed you and had him roll something.
What would begin climbing down from where he was?
So now... Oh, backwards. I was like,
getting back into the room.
I thought you were leaping out, and now you're just slowly climbing out. I'm like, well, that's just rude. You just...
You don't know what I am.
I understand if you feel you've had to make these changes in your life for some purpose, but there are people that don't care about that. And you don't have to go to this length to find those people. I'm one of them. I don't know if Corlys is, but we don't have to tell him. I shouldn't have kissed you. I don't think I meant to. I don't care about anything like that. I care about you as a person, regardless of what. And he trails off. Are you making an insight check?
12.
He's making a persuasion check. You know that. Yeah, 16. So
he succeeds over me. I am trying to leave, yes. I think so.
You don't have to kill men to be one. What? Only one man saw you enter, I think. I can tell him to be quiet, and I can find a room for you here, and you can just stay here. We can tell Corlys, or we can't tell Corlys. Or I can try to find you someplace in one of the villages outside. I don't want you to continue this. It doesn't seem like you're healthy or happy.
But I can... I drank of the weirwood tree.
What?
I heard my name. One I have not heard since I was young. Since I died. So I shot where it came from. And a crow landed against the ground.
Adam dumb as hell.
I saw that.
That was a check to see if you are a different person that has died. Nope. So Lord Smallwood has lost kids, and now he has another bastard who is a different person, and he's not connected to the dots, Adam.
And then I saw him. I slept, and that was all I could see. His eye red. He'll know if I stop.
Then we'll fight him. Whoever he is. Red eyes. And he looks at your red eyes. Fuck him. You have a lord at your behest now. We have more allies. We're gathering a tourney soon. We'll have 50 strong warriors. Whoever this dragon is, he must be some dragon seed bastard. Small and unimportant. He cannot. If we have a lord here, Jasper will be here soon, a lord paramount. We can keep you safe. At the very least, convince him to leave you alone. Who is it? What?
I do think at this point he would tell him. Just with everything that's happened, I think it makes sense. Brendan Rivers.
Some bastard. We can keep you far from him. I promise you.
Lord Commander of the Wall.
You went to the wall? Fuck that. Fuck the wall. We're scores from there. Corliss has Ned Stark as a close confidant. We can keep the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch far from you.
I would need to go home.
Sam will be very excited.
The trees there. There are too many. Too many places to hide, too many places to see from. I wouldn't be safe. I wouldn't be safe anywhere. Why does Hugh matter so much to you?
Minnie. During the winter and the sicknesses before, I saw Minnie subpar men die. And I never wanted any man to die as a member of the Seven, as a member of their faith. But after those events, I've grown a distaste for how living in murky waters deems you damned in the eyes of many. Maybe Hugh is a plotter, maybe he's not, but we should find out before we slay him. And I can help you with that, what? Is that what you want me to call you?
I am what?
Okay.
Let's speak to him.
Okay.
Do you know where he stays?
Hugh?
Yes.
No, but I can find out. I just had a guard take him away. If you stay here, I'll find out and come back.
I need to go with you.
Okay.
I feel he'll know if I am not making progress on my mission.
Then, Jesus.
He thinks he is going. He's completely insane.
That boy tweaking. Then yeah, come with me. We'll head out.
He doesn't. Adam does not know magic exists. Period.
He failed checks to know who Brendan Rivers was. That's like not knowing who JFK was. But he's a villager, meaning he's homeless. He don't have internet. Young Thug defends James Harden wearing an ice face mask. That boy don't got internet. Or a pro police face mask. He don't got internet.
That boy don't got internet.
I love that photo. He don't got internet. Yeah. Adam takes out the door and kind of leads Watt down the hall.
Watton's talking about the trees watching him, there being places, and it all makes sense to us. Like, these are true things. Like, these are things for him to be worried about.
Like, the whisper of the trees.
Yeah.
And I went through a mental catalog. Smallwood has a Godswood. Here has a Godswood. The North definitely. That's really tough. So as Adam leads Watt down the hall, can we open up scene 3? Pretty please. The city of Bravos stands tall and brave in the SOC continent. From the windows of the Sea Lord's palace, the canals glitter beneath a pale afternoon sun, every rooftop washed clean from the recent showers. Gondolas drift silently between marble bridges, while beyond the Titan's shadow, hundreds of cream-colored tents stretch across the damp fields outside the city walls. Inside a palace, Prince Damon Blackfire, third of his name, is considerably more comfortable. You have the most beautiful city in the world, truly. Even your fog and rainy showers seem expensive. Daemon has shorter length, pale hair, a handsome jaw, thin beard. Looks like every Daemon before him. Looks like a traditional Targaryen man. Equal parts emanating and imposing and perfectly regular. He sits at a table with the Sea Lord of Bravos, an older, handsome man.
You flatter, Bravos. You've been in the city scarcely 3 days, Your Grace.
Oh, well, the walls outside are just as beautiful. Daemon smiles easily. Silver-haired and violet-eyed, he had inherited enough of old Valyria to make strangers stare. He had long ago discovered that charm could accomplish nearly as much as words. The archon of the city, or the Sea Lord, was handsome in a weathered sort of way, perhaps 50, with clever dark eyes that miss very little.
I wonder if you practice these compliments beforehand, or does every lord, lady, and archon receive compliments so original?
They deserve at least that. The Sea Lord regards him over the rim of his cup.
I begin to understand why men continue following House Blackfire despite repeated disappointments.
Daemon accepts that barb with a grin. Perhaps we're difficult to quit.
So it seems.
Finally, Daemon leans forward. If I may be serious for a moment, my soldiers, they are wet. They're sleeping beneath canvas while half your warehouses stand empty.
They are my warehouses.
I would happily pay.
It is not about payment.
The Golden Company has served Bravos faithfully. They've kept your merchants safe.
In recent months, the Blackfires have provided years of trouble, rather. If I permit a few thousand foreign soldiers inside Bravos, every family of consequence will accuse me of inviting conquest. The keyholders would protest, the guilds would protest, the common people would panic.
They are professional, seasoned warriors under my command. They would bring you no harm.
And yet politics is governed less by truth than by appearances.
I was hoping you'd be persuaded by my charm.
I nearly was.
Oh, so close.
Terribly close.
Their eyes meet, and then the doors explode inward. A following guard scarcely has time to announce him.
Sir, Igor Rivers.
Bittersteel strides into the chamber without waiting for permission. He does not bow. He looks first at Daemon, then at the Sea Lord, then at the wine. I hope this is not how you mean to win back Westeros. Daemon rubs his temples and sighs. We were talking here, Grunkle. I can see that. The old knight turns to the Sea Lord. My men require barracks, housing.
They have camp.
They require barracks.
They cannot have them.
They have earned them through new wars and old.
They have earned my respect.
They can wipe their ass with your respect. They have earned roofs.
No.
Bittersteel's jaw tightens. They freeze.
In a summer,
They are soaked.
I cannot change the weather, good sir.
You can open your gates.
I cannot.
You will. The guard behind Aegor, now flanked by two more, sits nervously. The guards shift their hands towards sword hilts. The Sea Lord does not flinch.
No.
Aegor rushes forward, stopping before the table. The Golden Company has filled your coffers for decades. We're allies, not business partners. You owe us.
I owe you payment for contracts fulfilled. I do not owe you my city's security.
Daemon rises smoothly before either side can continue. Enough. Neither man looks pleased. The company will remain outside the walls. Bittersteel begins to object, but Daemon lifts his hand. But perhaps there is another kindness available. Canvas rots and blankets wear thin. Bravos possesses excellent cloth merchants. The Sea Lord ponders it.
And charitable ones. I could perhaps discover a surplus of woolen blankets, some oilcloth, or boots.
Daemon looks pleased, but Aegor does not. Blankets. It is more than we had this morning, Grunkle. The Sea Lord bodily lifts a chalice.
To compromise.
Daemon raises his own goblet. To surviving long enough that we may someday argue over castles instead of tents. Aegor bristles, then grimaces, then looks past the Sea Lord. He charges past him, knocking the man down. Daemon kneels next to him as the guards approach. Commander, what do you... He then rises as well and flanks his commander at the large window overlooking the outside of the city walls. Aegor slowly turns to the Sea Lord. A guard draws his blade in fear, and Aegor, you knew. What? You're being led through all the way to a room. Adam looks at you. Do you promise me this is just a conversation? You want to know?
I will not do anything until it is clear what my master's intentions were.
Okay. Yes? It is Captain Adam and a second. Come in. Adam opens the door and you see Hugh there, his curly ginger hair, that thin brown beard. He has his blade next to his bed. It's a simple little bed, not much going on in the room. He's 30. I have a servant of Lord Corliss who has some questions for you. And Adam sits in a chair. Hugh stands up, kind of tying his shirt together. How can I help you? He seems eager to please.
What questions, with the previous targets that I've had, what questions would come to mind for what first? I can do a history check if that's.
I would need a history check, yes.
13.
Probably, you did some light interrogation, maybe just for Watt's own amusement, because any evidence was either immediately given to you or not given to you. You never needed to collect evidence. That was nothing Brendan requested of you. But you asked about ties to House Blackfire, ties to Essos contacts that are coming in. That was mostly it on a 13. Connections to Essos, where the Blackfires reside, or historically connections to the Blackfires.
What? Name every Blackfire you know.
He
would say, actually, never mind. This is a better question, the first one.
Living or dead? I was a little bit of a historical fanatic in my youth.
Ones you met personally.
I was at a tourney in White Walls.
Watt's looking him directly in the eyes, not blinking at all.
When I was a boy. I was so young. Damon II. He went by John the Fiddler. He had dyed blue hair. Sir Duncan the Tall was there. I don't remember much of it. My father drugged me away. That was the only Blackfire I've seen in my lifetime. I fought in the Third Blackfire Rebellion as I was ordered, and I saw Aegor Rivers from afar. That would have been it.
If you were to be called to the Red Keep, for what crime would it be for?
Nothing.
If any.
He looks to Adam. I may have misrepresented the leave I was permitted by my little brother. And Adam intakes that and then looks to you, knowing that doesn't seem like what you're talking about. But he would not deny me this. He knows how I feel, and he knows he is a good leader. Ormond is a good lad.
Explain.
I am older than him, and I was set to rule, but he understands certain proclivities I have that would make that more difficult. And I'm a warrior. This is my skill set.
What proclivities do you have to being a lord?
Perhaps I misspoke.
You did not.
Ormond would be the better ruler. We both have agreed on that several times. I simply failed to see if he still felt that way before I left. No riders have tracked me down. We have plenty of night. I even rode slow the first couple of days. He gave me this leaf. I know it.
It benefits you to speak honestly.
That would be deception, because it does not
Okay.
at all.
So he's going to roll insight on that, and then he's going to roll a history check for Corliss.
7.
I assume Corliss has not made any recent punishments for homosexuality or
No.
anything like that.
He has not, unless you think otherwise, I don't think he's punished anybody.
I agree.
Maybe just like a handmaiden stole something, he's like, give it back,
Yeah.
and that's it.
I thought this might be a freeing place due to a rumor heard about Corliss. One that is evidently not true as I come here. So,
The rumor being looking between Adam and
Adam's going to roll his
you.
check. Adam shrugs. I don't know what he speaks of. You? I heard that I heard that Corliss lay not with women. And evidently that is not true. I heard the wailing of babe as I came in here, so I simply want to serve Lord Corliss and protect him.
Watt very clearly, while he was talking to Adam, that's what I saw you doing just now.
Yeah.
As he turns to talk to Adam and is speaking to Adam specifically, Watt leaves the room.
Am I okay? Adam goes, I hope so. And then comes down to the hallway. How far is Watt?
Watt is on the other side of the hall, just pacing back and forth in front of the door.
He comes up. Does that seem like the type of man that needs slaughtered?
No. Then why? Why did he tell me to?
Perhaps he was trying to teach you a lesson about yourself. Or perhaps he does not want to see Corliss gain in power. Perhaps he has an enemy at the high towers. You don't know, and I think that's enough not to do it or to give him any more of your life or your blood or your hands or your body.
You're right. I know. You're right. But I've been charged. He looks up at Adam, pleading in his eyes. It's just instantly clear.
Then I give you a new charge. Return to your house. With me at your side if it need be. Stay here for the next few weeks. Fight in this tourney. Gain some positive reputation. And then continue the house that helped save countless lives in the rebellion. Didn't take any. And you could find I am certain you can find a solace and a happiness in that. And I could help you with that.
And for the dragon who waits at the wall?
Fuck the dragon. Go to Aegon.
You expect him not to be fed?
Go to Aegon. Talk to him. I don't know who this Brendan Rivers is. You roll a history check. I don't know who this fucker is, but I know a dragon persists no false dragons. And because I
21.
don't know who he is, I assume he is a false dragon. Egg sent Brendan to the wall after Brendan unceremoniously executed a Blackfire who had surrendered. He would not be happy if Brendan were to be making any demands. You don't know how effective Aegon would be in fixing that, but he is the king of all Westeros.
But every other person every other time I've taken care of something for him, it's been for a good purpose. For the safety of Westeros. For the dragon.
Are you sure of that? What? Make a history check. A history or insight check could be applicable.
That is a history check. That is a 22.
You were told it would be helpful, but now, as you think of it, so many memories flood of you shooting a man and hearing wailing of his wife in the background, or killing a young woman and her last thing her body does on this earth being filled with mud in the street. And you think on it, and no more chaos has come to Westeros because of what you've been doing. But maybe a chaos happens to this people in the form of a person who slaughters and tears down in the street. And you come to think of these rumors you've been hearing of monsters in the dark and how you may have become that along the way.
I need my father. He'll know.
He will.
He always does.
Do you want to wait here for safety?
Yeah, I will wait for the tourney.
Once the tourney happens, more people will be here. That's people for you to hide amongst. And warriors that we can find for a party to take you back to Sam.
I'll go alone when I go. I'll be fine.
Okay.
But I'll wait here. It'll be good to see everyone.
I can wait outside your room for tonight.
I can figure something out. I can stay outside. I'll go speak to Corliss. He'll give me a room.
Okay.
And Watt would now, not romantically, hug Adam. Very deep hug.
And he hugs you back.
I'm going to roll an insight. Do any of those feelings that kiss came from reside within this hug from Adam's side?
Give me an insight check with advantage.
14.
Adam thought he knew you. And even if everything was the same as his perception, that kiss was still a confused act on his part to attempt to get you to stay. And compound that with the fact that he has now realized how different you are from the things that Brendan has done to you and from before that. This is not a romantic hug in any intention from Adam's side. He regrets the decision he made to kiss you. He regretted it in the moment. He was just attempting to keep you safe.
Let's go see how that battle went.
Yeah. You guys turn the corner. You're able to find Boros, who is sitting at the freshly put back table drinking wine. He seems to be dented and sweaty, so it looks as if he is lost. And then you're able to find Corliss in the throne room, if you would like.
That is something that Corliss is going to do now whenever a duel is about to happen. He demands that they eat beforehand, and he doesn't eat. I think that's really good.
That is fun. I like that. Because if you ain't cheating, you ain't winning. What is it? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
He's feeding them. That is a privilege to be done to another
Bring
person.
turkey and wine.
Especially-
Put the pills in the turkey.
Maybe that would be a rumor.
Maybe. I like that. Because how is this 19-year-old defeating this 3-time war veteran?
He fed him before and put nightshade. In
Now
his
for
freaking
some witty banter. That's Corliss going in the indie fight.
Corliss is so cool. Yeah, he's drinking wine in the corner.
Corliss is sitting top that throne, and you guys approach. Who would you like to roll? I've never asked you this before because I think it's been clear, but who would you like to be in this scenario? Or would you like to do it amongst yourself? Though I know you don't like that, really.
I would like to see you play Watt here.
Okay. Adam comes up with Watt looking down behind him.
What?
Corliss, it's been some time. I just wished if I could stay here a couple of days. Give me a history check for what? Because Adam specifically reached out to gain info. I think that was a private request he made to Baelish, and Baelish did not share it with Corliss.
22.
You have heard, though, that Watt is not staying at home.
Yes, but grab some supper to tell us of where you've been.
I already ate, and a tiny red flake goes away from his mouth. I've just been hunting, I've spent a lot of time hunting.
Yes.
I wish to attend your tourney at the least the archery competition.
Yes, I was hoping you would show. The last time we spoke, you told Adam that you would see each other at a tourney. I thought that would be a good message.
Yes, quite. I'm excited for it. I was wondering if I could just have a place to stay in your keep during that time.
Of course, that I'll
Thank you
have
so
one ready
much.
for you.
Thank you.
He kind of looks over to Adam, as what I assume is kind of looking towards the ground,
Yeah.
and like,
Adam is also kind of avoiding eye contact and looks at you. Kind of gives you like a reassuring nod, lying. Like, Watts just had a tough time in the woods, maybe. Maybe Watt just recently fought a large beast that hurt them. It's kind of the vibe he's trying to communicate.
well, if you require anything, I'm here. You can make bid to me at any time.
Thank you, my lord. My lord.
It's Corliss. You know me well enough.
Adam kind of bows. I'll make sure he stays safe.
I think it's so funny, and in my brain, this is how this works. This dynamic would be so much better if Adam was Lord and Corliss was the household guard leader, the leader of the household
That'd be
captain.
fun.
I think that in terms of what they are good at and what their brains do, that is where they would be best suited.
That is wherein their skill set lies. But that's the interesting thing about lordship and kings. That is a pregeometer, whatever the fuck, primogeniture. Yo, kid gets put on there, the blood. So when you get someone that gets chosen for their skill set, like Watt, you can see what a weapon that turns into. If Corliss was a captain or Adam was a leader, they could change the whole course of history. But that's not the way. He can't be a leader. He's a small folk. And
Corliss
Corliss
be put to such a small.
yes,
place.
he's a high lord of House Corbray, an ancient house, thousands of years old. He can't
That'd
be
be
a
an
captain.
insult.
But then you get a unimportant bastard, and you get someone that plays outside of the rules, like Brendan, and you get a once in a lifetime individual that will, in fact, change the whole course of Westerosi history.
Goated.
Tagon, can you please make a perception check?
That was so good.
Capital P stands for
perception.
Peak. Unwin Peak. Yes, please.
Oh my god. That is going to be 16.
You're eating that night with your little family, and you have to pee.
I go outside.
As you're finishing up, wiping your hands, you hear a distant pluming. Sounds at first like it could be a sandstorm incoming.
I get my pants back up and I begin walking in that direction, kind of trying to stay out of sight a little bit, probably staying in the tree line if there is one.
Taurenos, can I get a perception check?
Oh my god, same number. That is a 14.
You're closer to the edge, and that way it's easy to tell that, yes, sand is coming, but as you're sitting there enjoying your night, pondering the role of Tagon and all of this, you see that what is bringing the sand forth is a wall of riders. And on 14, you see emerging out of them, wielding, swinging, yelping, belting, Arak-wielding Dothraki. About 100 of them, rushing towards the encampment. Boom! Some horns begin blowing as people begin grabbing weapons.
Taurenos instantly whips his axes out and begins just steadily walking towards the riders themselves. If he can get to his horse easily, he will, but...
Dragging through the walls is Aegor, dragging Daemon. I told you he would do this to us. Daemon, you don't know this was him. He was the generous Sea Lord. And Daemon shoves Aegor down. As we look out the window they were looking at, and we see much more than those 100 incoming. Can I get initiative rolls from Tagon and Taurenos, please?
That is a 12 on Taurenos. And then Tagon... 16.
So what does Tagon do in this instant as he climbs a wagon and looks and sees Dothraki approaching, a force he is familiar with?
He immediately is going to take the dash action and begin running to his tent.
What would you like to do as a bonus action?
Bonus action. in whatever way he can, he is going to use that bonus action to begin moving quicker to his location.
You burst into the tent as Amalia is kind of looking around at the sound, and Catronia is shoving things in a bag. What's happening? And she begins tying the bag.
There are riders coming. We must get inside of the city. I must get you two inside of the city. I can then join the fight.
You can come with us. And she kind of seizes your shirt and seizes Amalia's arm. Let us go.
No, I need to help. I need to prove myself.
You've already given so much of your body to them. And you kind of see in this instant she means people with Valyrian blood, Targaryen or Blackfire, them.
And I will continue until I get what I need.
Please make a persuasion check.
Plus 11. Oh, damn. Of course he rolls low against her. 14.
Oh. I didn't think I'd have to roll, but I can roll. Okay.
I will see you. Head inside the city, and he hands his entire gold pouch to her of 33 gold dragons. Use this to get a hotel somewhere. I will find you.
Okay. And she picks up Amalia, who's like, wait, what's happening? And she just walks away with Amalia, who's like, wait! And tries forcing and struggling and like reaching out to you as she gets jogged away.
He then turns and I guess he trusts that she can get her in there. And
it is a short walk.
There's no danger in that direction.
Correct. That's the ocean. Yes, and they don't get on boat.
So he is going to turn around and begin as well walking towards the fighting.
Tornos. Those riders burst through entire tents, taking them out. 2 riders drive by a tent, each grabbing one in and just rip it open. Vaegor comes up and throws a warhammer into the chest of a horse, sending its rider flying, but another rides by and slices up his face as he begins swinging and hitting wildly. Initiative, you got a 16. One Dothraki...
With Tagon, I got a 16.
You got a 12 here.
Yeah.
One Dothraki leaps off a horse and lands in front of you, and you hear him go, "You traitor!" And he pulls out 2 like kukris and rushes at you.
And then
you did not best your initiative check, so what would you like to do?
Toronos is going to rage. His rage specifically would probably look... He's probably almost a little perturbed all the time. There's always like a bit of like a not anger in his face, but a discomfort.
Permanent furrow of browage.
Yes. And for a moment, he begins to look content. Not even happy. Definitely not happy. But he looks content as he takes a deep breath in. And he would swing. I assume you can, as a bonus action, yeah. And then with his action, he's going to swing at the man.
Yeah, you pull out your weaponry, the axes, and both of these dual-wielding people face each other. Bonus action rage, yeah, so you have advantage on these weapon attacks. And then you can roll again, because you have extra attack, do you not? Actually, I don't believe you have extra attack yet.
Nope.
Yeah.
That is going to be a 17 to hit.
That does hit.
I am going to use my... just to ask you, do I think I can dispatch this guy fairly easily?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I won't use it.
You have the information that most Dothraki don't, but you still have the Dothraki build and manner of fighting. So you're just like them, but you know how to take down them easily. You've used before the benefit of armor, even if you don't use it in this information. You're pretty confident on a singular basis that you can take out a Dothraki. They are swarming, though, unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, this guy specifically.
Yes, he's also a thinner and smaller Dothraki. His hair is very short.
And then when it comes to my 2 axes, since I have 2 weapon fighting. So with 2 weapon fighting in your system, I know normally you can use a bonus action to make an offhand attack.
in D&D? How does it work here? Which I can't do it this turn because I raged, of course, but
It should let you, unless I
2-weapon fighting, it says
mistranslated.
when you engage in 2-weapon fighting, you can add your strength or dexterity modifier to the damage of both attacks.
The 2-weapon fighting is the fighting style. If you are wielding 2 weapons, you can do that regardless. That buffs the ability to do that.
Cool.
So anybody that wields 2 weapons can do that.
Cool.
You took the fighting style that buffs it.
Cool.
Because normally you don't add dex to the damage of an offhand.
Then yeah, he's going to go for the throat, and then when it comes to the axe's damage, I forgot to ask you this.
You're fine. It should be a war axe, not a great axe or a battle axe. It should be a war axe, just a hand axe. So let me put in parentheses. It should be a slashing, I would say. Yeah, it's because you're hacking at the motherfucker. I'll say it's good, simple 1d6 plus dex or plus strength slashing damage. And that is good too, because that is kind of the biggest weapon you can dual wield without needing like a strength requirement. Not that that would apply to.
And then,
Tornos.
do you think that this is a question that I should ask whenever it happens, but I don't care. When does that apply to my thrown weapon fighting as well, to where I can use my strength modifier on my thrown weapon since I'm wielding 2?
I think so, because it would apply to the roll, and the roll is when you throw it.
Yeah.
So you're throwing it with 2 hands.
And it does not say melee attacks, and I can add either strength or dexterity to it.
Which is attack rolls.
Heck yeah, that's a really good synergy then.
I think so, yeah. And the second it leaves your hand is when it stops getting affected, but you still throw it. That's
Yeah.
still, that initial inertia is still benefited from that ability. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I like
Okay,
that.
so 1d6 plus 5. That is going to be a 7.
7 damage. Yeah, that's able to. Yeah, you're able to. Boom, he stabs down, and you just block both of his daggers. How do you kill him?
He would probably pretty quickly dispatch the leg of the horse and then just right in the head with the other axe.
Kinda
Just
drop him
to
down.
make it cool.
You take 3 points of damage when you feel a quick nick in your back, and you turn in someone that evidently Vagor got knocked down. His arm is broken, and he's stabbing you with 1 dagger. He immediately regrets it as he turns, looks up at you turning. What would you like to do?
Curb stomp him.
Cool. Yeah. Give me an attack roll.
That is with advantage. 13.
Yes, because you are raging.
13.
That hits.
Oh,
Roll
wait.
damage.
I didn't. I asked advantage, but I meant with proficiency.
It would be, yes, but you also get advantage, and 13 still hits. So,
Oh, okay.
okay. Roll damage. And you can just use your weapon damage. It doesn't have to be. Yeah.
6.
Yeah, you're able to, in turn, kind of hit him to the ground and just stomp. The dagger's still out of you.
I thought he was on the ground, nicking me from the ground.
Well, he got knocked down by Vagor's warhammer, rose up and picked you.
So yeah,
So then you turn, and yeah, you're turning. You're
knock
fighting.
his legs out of him.
Tagon, what would you like to do as you're getting into the fray? Her name's so cool, I can never remember it. Catronia. She rushes into the city as though that big, larger guard with the war axe all the way from this morning sees the chaos and begins rushing into the fray. Yeah.
He is going to probably just throw one of his daggers at somebody.
Cool. Make an attack roll as you see stabbing down angry into the gut of a dwarf, the dwarven man from before the keeper. He is deceased as this. He kneels and begins scalping him, and you're right on him. You can just give me an attack roll with advantage because he's turned.
That is plus 6. 19.
19, that does hit.
1d4.
And then add your dex. And then double that roll because nope, never mind. That's not how it works. I thought you crit, but no,
7
I just gave you
damage.
Oh yeah, you're able to drop him, and you can come over and grab that blade if you want.
Yep.
Yeah, and then that other larger guy comes in, making slashing and stabbing at people. Tornos, you notice as you're fighting, Vagor very quickly by riders got chopped up and fucked up bad. You look and he has heavy gashes, his bald head glistening, his thick beard coated in blood. And he begins swinging wildly. He takes out one of his own tents as he gets sliced again by a rider. What would you like to do?
Turanos begins running over to try and save him.
Cool. coming heavy through the darkness is a cow with a very tight knit braid that reaches all the way to the back of his knees. One long braid like a horse's mane flowing. And as his heavy black horse runs past, he leaps off, and with a blade, an auroch that shines and glimmers with what Toranos does not recognize as a material, slices up Vagor's face. Vagor drops onto the warhammer, using it as a steady. That man lands, uses his auroch to stop his slide, rushes back and twists it in a manner where he can stab up into Vagor's gut, headbutt him, and then just easily, like butter, begin gutting him. And you're within melee range the second Vagor's guts spill out, and he drops Vagor.
I am going to come down, like, I assume this is like on a hill and they're coming down this hill and we're at the bottom of it.
I like that.
And then he's going to come down probably some kind of just like an outcropping where he can jump and both axes come down on him.
I'll say advantage on that attack roll.
Jesus. Advantage.
Cheese and crackers.
That is going to be a 23.
23. Yeah, you're able to bring down him, roll damage as he finishes gutting Vagor, drops him, laughs, spreads his blood on his face, and here's a movement, turns. You come down with both your hammers, and he's able to.
I'm using another thing.
Okay.
Because that's going to change all that.
My laser eyes.
I am going to use Grappling Strike.
Okay.
No, I'm going to use Maiming Hit. That's more fun.
Cool.
You can attempt to make a target maimed with any axe. The target has to fail a DC 8 plus your strength modifier durability check. That would be a 23. Not a 23, a 13. Sorry. Oh my god.
Oh, you're fine. You come down and slam the axes, and he's able to smack his blade, cutting his hand with his hand to raise it, and then you land and drag him into the dirt like you landed on him like a superhero. Successfully maiming him, and he forces one axe away, but you're able to lift the other one. What does maim do? The maim effect, I believe,
or become maimed. Doesn't say it on there. And have their movement speed reduced to 0 until the end of their next turn. I assumed it just meant cutting a limb off.
It is a maimed is a fucking combat press. It is a stat. I believe I just copied it from Baldur's Gate without copying it over. So let me look at what maimed is in Baldur's Gate. Let me look. Play Baldur's Gate 3. It's very fun. I believe, movement speed reduced to 0.
Cool. That's it.
Yeah, crippled.
Okay.
Yeah, so he can't move as you're on top of him, and
kind of forcing. Use my bonus action to make an offhand attack.
Make an offhand attack. Keeping him next to the evidence of his actions.
Since he is prone, would that have advantage? Well, is he not technically?
He's not technically prone.
Cool.
Correct.
That is going to be a 19.
That does hit.
That is another 7 damage.
Yeah, so you fucking with his one hand, he's strong enough to twist your axe on top of him. So the axe you had on top of him, he has shoved to the side, and he's keeping your axe in his side so he can go up and bite at you, and he does bite your ear. And I'll say tear it off. He tears off your ear. Your left ear. You take 5 points of damage, reduced, halved, very strong ability in this system, as he tears off your left ear and spits it out, and then kind of
halved. How much damage was it?
It was 5, so it'd be 2. And then as that distracts you, he's able to move his auroch back and grab it and just kind of slice it across your chest. That deals you 11 damage to 5, slicing. And that was his action. So he's going to use his bonus action to attempt to shove you. So can I get an athletics check with advantage because you're raging? No one else is raging, definitely. Just do angry motherfuckers.
And you said it was. Oh my god. What kind of check? I apologize.
Athletics to oppose his athletics to shove you.
That is going to be. Oh my god, why can I not do math? 16.
Yeah, you successfully get shoved off, and as he sits up, his side bleeding, he wields his blade, coming from to the side of him, swinging is Rivers, wielding his new blade, and this guy lifts his blade and he wields his Valyrian steel Auroch, a very rare item. As both of those blades clash, and Aegor looks and sees Vagor, a man named after him, gets enraged, and you guys begin fighting alongside. Tagon, when Toronos got shoved back, a tent fell, and you were able to see that tent fall. What would you like to do?
I guess it's head towards the tent that just fell.
Yeah.
Try and help in any way I can.
You rush in, and that guard that you saw earlier rushes beside you. Sir, what is happening?
We are being attacked. If you would help us, there would be a great respect from our company for you.
Of course. He rushes in. You're able to side. It seems another man has came in now. The two Khals are back to back. One of them just wielding two normal Aurochs, and you have a blade. He has this big war axe, and then Aegor and Toronos are there as well. And everyone's just sitting, and everyone's kind of waiting for the person to make the first move. What would you like to do?
I'm going to throw the dagger again.
Yeah. Well, great moments in chivalry too, where you can throw any weapon at any time, just waiting. I love doing that shit. I love playing a build where I have as many items as possible, and I can just.
Do you think they would be surprised by this action?
No.
Okay, natural one.
Natural one. It goes wide, and one of those guys, the one with the two axes, rushes forward. He swings at you once, and you just duck back, but he does catch that guard in the shin. He swings at you. He swings at both of you. The guard low, you high. You dodge, but he hits that guy in the shield. And as the guy punches him, he just hits him with his other Auroch and drags him to the ground and begins hacking and slashing down. His back is turned to you now, though.
Does that guard have a dagger anywhere on him, like hilted?
You see one at his boot.
I'm going to take it out and then try and stab it into the leg of the guy that's stabbing at him.
Give me an attack roll with advantage. As you rush up, grab it.
Thank gosh. That is going to be... Sorry, I was on the wrong
You're
thing. That is 24.
That hits. So you come up, pull it out, hit him in the leg, roll damage. As he goes and begins turning with his Auroch, but maybe you got something. The Cow Blood Rider has a very fucked up ability that doesn't matter. Tag as a reaction.
Going to be a 6 damage.
Yeah, and you're able to wound him enough where he begins turning to you. Toronos, what would you like to do as you and Aegor are facing the Valyrian steel-wielding Dothraki? And then rushing up is Daemon there as well. The leader, not the leader, but the figurehead of this company, wielding Blackfire, as many Valyrian blades are within the vicinity of this. Lamentation, Blackfire, and the Auroch.
I am going to make another attack against him.
Cool. Just everyone's kind of waiting, and as Daemon comes up and distracts him, you...
That is going to be a 15.
That does hit.
Oh wait, what is that? Is it D6? Why am I stupid? That is 11 damage. I'm also going to use my other combat maneuver, Grappling Strike. Once per short rest, immediately after you hit a creature with a melee attack on your turn, you can try and grapple the target as part of that same action.
Cool. So he's rolling an athletics check. You have advantage.
I got a 1 and a 2. That is going to be 10.
He got a 1. So you slice up his gut, and you guys kind of grapple for a second before you just pop his armor out the way and grab him. And then Aegor and Daemon
are gonna go at him,
completely not needing. There are already 2 Valyrian blades attacking a dude. You don't need. So
I saw that.
Yeah, Daemon comes up and kind of slashes his knee out, and then backs up, not being much of a warrior. And as that guy drops to his knee, screaming in rage, Aegor just comes up, silencing immediately that rage. Help the boy! And he shoves the boy to the ground, reaching down to claim the Auroch. You turn. You can make claim later, but Agor's a big dick. No one man needs 2 Valyrian blades.
I don't have one.
Except for Agor. make a petition to him later. You did very good. And you're fucked up. So you wincing turn, see Tagon does in fact. Can I get an athletics check from Tagon?
Check the camera. I didn't just fuck it.
He did not.
Okay.
But thank you for making sure it stayed unfucked.
Perception check, natural 1.
You stab him, and then you get elbowed in the face. You take
4 damage.
34. 3 points of bludgeoning damage as your nose gets broken, and he grips your neck and raises you, fighting to stand as his leg twitches with that blade in it. Tornos, he is distracted.
Roll an attack. That's going to be 23.
23. Rush up with your axe, swipe at him. How would you like to kill this guy? Probably. I would like to do it. The lowest you can roll is 9 damage. He did not have 9 hit points left.
Cool. He is.
I need to stop saying that because theoretically, if you got 2 1s, but statistically,
the most unceremoniously it can look, just to have Tagon be kind of to know of Toronos' strength. I think he's just going to very unceremoniously just head comes off. 1 second, Tagon's looking at this guy who has him in a chokehold.
We see the vision of it flopping, and he's looking past at riders fleeing Dothraki with guards from Bravos and guards from the Golden Company chasing them. And we cut to scene 4.
Goated.
As we end out this session. A heavy fire crackles beneath a carved direwolf mantle, pushing back the lingering chill that even spring could not wholly banish from the ancient land of the north. Outside the narrow windows, the yard bustles with life. Smiths hammer steel, children dart through puddles left by melting snow, and wagons laden with grain roll through the gate. Edwyle Stark stands by the window watching men repairing the outer wall where frost had split old stone. His mother breaks his concentration.
You've been staring out there for the better part of 10 minutes.
He turns with a sheepish smile. I was thinking.
A most dangerous pastime for a Lord Paramount.
He comes and sits next to her.
Sit. You spend too much time standing. Any word from the neck?
A raven arrived this morning. Brandon says the Krennic men have already rebuilt the causeways the floods carried off, and have held the ceremony for the men who died during last year's event.
That is good.
And Benjen writes from White Harbor nearly every fortnight. He says Lord Manderley works with him harder than any master at arms ever did, but he is glad to help defend the city from pirates. His wife enjoys it more than she did here.
They've both found their place. You've grown into this office better than you believe.
I still make mistakes.
Good. The Lord who thinks himself beyond mistakes is the one who becomes dangerous.
I suppose Father would have said the same.
He did. And Marna?
She's well. She's impatient with the nursery. Rickard has discovered he can climb.
Oh, gods. He has the stark stubbornness.
The servants think it's amusing. Less amusing when he's halfway up a staircase.
I remember chasing you through those halls.
I was never that bad.
These halls. You are good to Marna.
I should hope so.
You speak to her as your partner.
She is.
Too many husbands forget that after the wedding.
I love her. She's good.
I know.
And Rickard, I've never imagined I could love someone so quickly and so strong.
You'll be a good father.
I hope so. I have a meeting before supper. Robert Bolton arrived an hour ago.
I see.
He rode from the Dreadfort hard. He said the roads are worse than expected. Winter drove half the small folk from their homes. Now the snow has melted and every desperate man with a sword has become an outlaw. Merchants robbed on the King's Road. Village raided. 3 Septons were murdered east of the White Knife. Robar has offered help.
That man. There aren't stories.
There are always stories, always words.
Not all of them are wind. During the winter, dark rumors followed Robar and that Corbray boy.
I've heard whispers.
But I suppose the North survived the winter because people learned to hide unpleasant truths. I don't tell you to mistrust him. I simply tell you to be careful.
He has always served me faithfully.
And perhaps he always will. But men are tested differently after a hard winter. Perhaps more of his character will be unveiled in the sunlight.
I'll keep my eyes open.
Promise me.
I promise. They embrace, and Ned kisses her brow before making for the door. And that is the end of session 1 of Beneath the Gold, the landing of the Landless Lords, which could apply to every single plot line in this episode. Oh,
Wow. That was
eventful.
5 hours in.
Eventful, exciting. a lot of stuff going on.
Oh my god.
We have advertised this as, and I will say, the 4th Blackfire Rebellion will occur during this season. So that is most likely what Aegor is preparing for. He just lost a man he was fond of. That may affect him in a way. Wat, as always, holding true to the fact that his story is the most malleable, is seemingly staying in town for the tourney, which will occur next session. We're going to have a little bit of a week's time jump. So the tourney is going to happen next session. Corliss and Wat will be in attendance to that. And of course, Torinos and Tagon will be on the move with the Blackfires. 2 people very close to each other at the tip of Essos and halfway through Westeros. 2 groups, 4 people, 2 on each one.
Pretty good.
Excited to see where it's going.
I usually ask the opposite of this question, so I will ask it this way instead. Which story went the closest to how you were expecting?
I did not necessarily leave a lot of gaps for changes in Toronos and Tagon's, but him getting that sword was unplanned. You simply offered, hey, do you need something? And I was like, I know I want him to use this sword. That's kind of a plot twist. That sword hasn't been seen in 70 years. So at some point it fell into Aegor's hands. Not Aegor, he's 70. He was a baby. He's 64. At some point he obtained it. Yeah, that was a change that pretty changed. We saw a dark side of Tagon.
I think it makes sense.
I agree.
He's doing whatever
I agree. That and Tornos. Tornos did not have a lot of time to shine this episode, but we got a good sense of who he is and how he handles situations. He did not bristle from fighting his own people and killing 4 of them. So we got a good sense of that. He's very loyal to Aegor. And then obviously Corliss, we got a lot of his leading this episode. We'll probably see more of his court filled next episode session, which will be helpful for when a war starts and you want a full court.
I agree.
But outside of that, thank you guys so much for tuning into session 1 of Beneath the Gold, the landing of the Landless Lords. Wednesday, we're having a one-shot where I'm playing a dude.
A dude.
That's
it.
He is a boy.
Yes, if you are wanting to watch that, we will be starting at, I believe, 3 o'clock.
3:30.
3 o'clock to 3:30 Central Standard Time. We're going to get you 3. See how fast. We'll make the screen tonight after this, so everything should be ready in this department. I'll help you set up. You'll help me set up because
Yeah.
it's my service. You're helping me.
We will be having
everything, etc.
Zachary here playing, and Jake, who plays on the Choral Council, and then we will have a new person joining us as well. It's going to be pretty fun. If you like horror stuff in general, there's going to be a lot of horror.
I'm very scared.
Going to be a pretty basic hero's adventure is what I've been describing it to them as.
That's what I hope it is.
Sure.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in to session 1 of Beneath the Gold. I had a very good time. We tried out this is the most unique look we've ever had, and I think it looks very good. The design of the thing.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I like how it looks a
That
lot.
looks very cool. I thought about I'm gonna do this right now. I thought about doing this. You're watching?
Yeah.
I thought about doing this. I didn't know how much of a distraction it would be, though.
Putting it on top of that.
Yeah, the same thing I did to the bottom.
I like what you did to the bottom. I think that would be good for the top too.
Cool. So I'll remember this look in the future. Because normally I'd be like, oh, it might be cutting off too much. But since it's just us, we're like framed in a way where that wouldn't be an issue. If there was people all the way down and it was our normal car.
It might, but I don't know if it would. But we'll have to see.
I'll see how it looks after this.
Yeah.
Sure.
But anyway, thank you very much for joining us, and we will catch you next time
On Beneath the Gold.
Beneath the Gold.
Have a very good night. Bye.